start. It is 9 o'clock. So, good morning, everybody here in the conference room and also there on the other side of the screen. So we have come together today to FNSSA Sister Project Synergy Summit, which is bridging EU and EU-Africa collaboration project to support African food system transformation. It is a complex and multidimensional systemic change, and now you can hear what we have achieved so far in 3 projects. Let me see if I can. Okay, so my name is Raija Lantto and coordinating InnoFoodAfrica project. So we are 3 projects, InnoFoodAfrica, Healthy FoodAfrica, and Foodland, that have been funded in the same joint topic under Horizon 2020. And if you think or wonder what is FNSSA, so it is a political dialogue initiative of the European Union about food and nutrition security and sustainable agriculture. And it is, as said, belongs to AU-EU high-level policy dialogue on science, technology and innovation. And as part of this initiative, a partnership or dialogue, EU Horizon 2020 framework program has funded, or is funded actually currently, 3 R&D&I initiatives to accelerate food system transformation on the African continent. And those projects, as said, are these 3, InnoFoodAfrica, Foodland, and Healthy FoodAfrica. And these projects focus on designing or planning value chains to produce and distribute particularly healthy foods from smallholder farmers to local, so African markets, and also export markets, focusing on Europe. And these projects, they develop technology, process, and also other solutions, combining capacity building, communication dissemination activities, and also business and value chain understanding. And the final aim is to improve farming practices, particularly concentrating on smallholder farming, food choices by citizen consumers, nutritional aspects, food safety aspects, and also sustainability, concentrating on reducing food loss. And the purpose of this seminar and webinar is to give a bigger picture of what has been achieved in these 3 projects. And we have selected or chosen the sessions in such a manner that there are presentations from 2 or 3 projects, and then it is up to you to decide how well we have at this moment or currently by far succeeded in supporting this food system transformation. And if the presentations allow, we are going to upload the presentations to our project websites, so that you can then get the presentations there. And I think this is what I wanted to say at this moment, and then I would invite Dr. Emilia Nordlund to chair the first session, which is food innovations. So Emilia, please.
Okay, great. Thank you, Raija, and happy to be here. Great to see you all here in person, and the ones who are online cannot see you, but happy that you are there. And I'm very pleased to be here chairing this first session because I was involved in the preparation of the InnoFoodAfrica project, but couldn't then take part in the implementation. But now I can enjoy all the fruits that you have generated in the projects, and also looking forward to the outcomes of the other two projects as well. But let's get started with the program. So, as Raija said, the first session is related to the food innovations. And we have two presentations, and we can have some questions immediately after the presentations, but then we have also a joint discussion slot in the end of the session. So prepare your questions and comments, so happy to get those then. But let's start with the first presentation. So I'm very happy to introduce Naushad Emmambux from University of Pretoria, who has been involved in the InnoFoodAfrica project, and he has been leading the work package related to the food innovations. So Naushad, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning everyone, and it's very nice to be here in Helsinki, although it's very cold. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've done in Work Package for its product innovation from InnoFoodAfrica, and the title is really Potential and Gaps of African Crops are Food Ingredient and Products for Food and Nutrition Security in Sub Saharan Africa. It's a long title, but let's see what we've done really to tackle the problem of food and nutrition security. Okay, firstly, I want to acknowledge everyone that formed part of this work package. You can see a lot. VTT, I'm not able to name everybody from all institution, but I would like to just name the person who led that part in the institution, Natalia from VTT, myself, my PhD, my postdoc, my students especially, Nofima, it was Tron, Dagbon, and Torsten. From Mikael University, I'm sure Yusuf is online. Institut Agro is Valérie Mikael and Valérie Lulien, colleagues. And Paulus from Addis Ababa University. Ndegwa is here from University of Helsinki. Alimayo from Guts Agro. Delphius is TACE. And Puratus is Haptu is also here. Very happy to work with all of you, and I think we form a wonderful team, and it was very productive. Okay, just to start, I'm sure everybody knows about the Global Goals for Sustainable Development, and this work package mostly deals with really how to deal with zero hunger and a little bit of good health and well-being. And when we talk about zero hunger, it's really to end hunger, achieve food and security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So that's very important for me, improve nutrition and sustainable agriculture. Just to keep in mind, I mean, some of the work that we did was on millet. Millet include finger millet as well as sorghum that we worked in the project. And last year, I mean a few days ago, it was the International Year of Millet. Again, I would just like to mention about improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. And I like to show this thing. And in terms of nutrition and sustainable agriculture, we really face with the triple burden of malnutrition. We talk about the protein, energy, malnutrition that can relate to stunting. And in Sub-Saharan Africa, there is about 22% stunting rate. And even in South Africa, which is considered slightly more developed among the Sub-Saharan Africa, stunting is still actually higher than 22%. It's mostly up to 28, 29%. Okay, and also we have the diet-related non-communicable diseases, which are diabetes, overweight, type 2 diabetes especially, as well as overweight and obesity. And the third one is micronutrient deficiency, which is vitamin A, iron, and zinc. And the major cause of these triple burden is really low nutrient or energy-dense food compared to nutrient-dense food. So this is what we try to do in the project, in Work Package 4, is really trying to work towards manufacturing or innovation towards nutrient-dense food, okay, in terms of food and food ingredient. And when we talk about environment sustainability, in the work packages, we try to look at technologies that is more energy efficient. And obviously, I mean, in other work packages, there were issues about the biodegradable packaging solution. Okay, and InnoFoodAfrica, so what are the crops that we've selected? So we selected three types of pulse, or sometimes what people refer as legume, which is bambara groundnut and cowpea, which is very well known in Sub-Saharan Africa, and faba bean, which is not very well known in Sub-Saharan Africa. It is known more or less in terms of more the upper part of Sub-Saharan Africa, especially in Ethiopia, and I understand in Europe also faba bean is quite common, and Middle East as well. We also work on orange fresh sweet potato. We work on banana, especially the Uganda partners work a lot on bananas there, and finger millet, sorghum, maize, amaranth, and teff. Okay, teff is indigenous to Ethiopia. Okay, so we work on all these crops, and there were reason for that. It's more available in the countries that form part of the consortium. Okay, so what I'm going to present here in terms of limitation and solution. So when we look at work package 4, I'm not going to do each and everything that we did here, but I'll try to categorize a little bit what we've done. Okay, in terms of cereal grain, it is quite energy dense, and it's quite sometimes high glycemic index, and this is what is related to the obesity and type 2 diabetes, if it's like. So we try to really see how we can reduce the glycemic index of these flours. The second one is especially legumes and the pulse that we work, they are very good in protein, and as well as if you use whole grain, it's very good in minerals. But unfortunately, there is a lot of anti-nutrients there, especially the phytates, and some of us work how to reduce the phytate content. Okay. And the third one is especially the pulse, again, in terms of the protein content. It's high in protein content, and people like to use it as a dish, but unfortunately, the high temperature and high relative humidity storage in Sub-Saharan Africa turn the grain into what is called as hard-to-cook defect. Hard-to-cook defect means the pulses take about more than 3 hours to cook. So we try to, I mean, there has been technologies also already, but we also use some of the technologies that we use to reduce it, to make it quick cooking pulse grain. And snacking, I mean, it's very common because we have busy lifestyle, is going very fast. So we try to make unhealthy snack to become more healthy alternative. And also there were lots of technologies that we make it increase in nutrient density, whether it's for baby food, pasta, and bread. And as well as, very important, with the Ukraine war where wheat increase in price, we try to find ways to reduce dependency on wheat, especially in bread. So let's start with, just to give this example in terms of lowering glycemic index of sorghum meal. Okay, this where we did here, we had whole grain sorghum, we made it into flour, and also we had other type of sorghum where we can extract the phenolics, and then we mix it the flour, okay, mostly a meal, okay, it's coarse flour, and then we process it with microwave. It's really to interact the phenolics with either protein and a starch, okay, and to reduce the glycemic index. And if you see here now, we did some in vitro starch digestibility. The top one here is wheat, okay, and the second one, which is the blue one, is the raw sorghum, okay. And if you look at the raw, which is heat moisture treatment with a microwave, there is always a slight decrease in the starch digestibility. The best one is the sorghum, where we have the tannin and the HMT, which is completely very low, especially this first part, which is considered the rapidly digestible starch, which is completely lower. Okay, obviously this is an in vitro method. One need to carry on doing more in vivo method to see whether this is really stand there in vivo system. And to reduce the anti-nutrient here, I mean, we try to look on very simple method, and this was done by our colleague from INRAE, Valérie Lulien. Okay, so and also from Addis Ababa, they also did some work here by Paulus. Okay, so we had the grain here, especially bambara groundnut and cowpea. I think it's really about soaking it about 55 degrees here to optimum phytase activity. The phytase will degrade the phytic acid, and then it's not more, the phytic acid will bind the minerals is not available. So if you hydrolyze it. So if you can see here, the phytic acid during the time of soaking, it decreases, whether it's for Bambara, which is this one here, or sorry, the Bambara is the green one, or the Cowpea, which is the purple one. It decreases with time. And this soaking is also means reduction in phytic acid, which is a very simple technological tool. I think this can be done at home as well. The decrease here means it's better, the molar of phytate to mineral is decreased. Okay, it's better the molar, so there is more, the minerals will be more bioavailable. And there were similar results for faba bean also. I mean, due to time limitation, we can't present everything. Okay, so this is very important in terms of the soaking. So if you soak, I think we reduce the phytate. And then afterwards, we try to look at quick cooking grain. And the quick cooking grain also, you soak it before you process it either with microwave or infrared or in both in combination. And here, very quickly, we work on quick cooking rice because quick cooking sorghum rice. Sorry, it's not rice, it's sorghum rice. So it takes about 60 minutes to cook it, and people can use it more or less in salads or sometimes even as rice dishes. So it takes about 60 minutes to cook, but with infrared and microwave pre-processing, we can reduce it to about 15 minutes. Again, here our sorghum, especially whole grain here, had the lower starch digestibility, but as you decoat it, the starch diversity slightly increased, but still is far lower than the bread that was used as a reference here. But the issue also is it's a very low starch digestibility, so it's not really recommended, for example, for baby food. But sorghum is known to have a very low protein digestibility, so that is very well known. Okay, in terms of the other issue, the other thing which is very good, if you want to supplement the sorghum flour, after you process the grain, if you make it into flour, if you want to supplement it with the pulse, then maybe you can use it as a baby food. And the good thing about this one is most cereal flours are very highly viscous. So then you need to dilute it to use it as a complementary food. So the idea here, if you treat it with infrared and microwave, you can see the pasting viscosity decreased. Okay, it's almost like 4 times decrease in pasting viscosity. So it means that you can add 4 times as much of solid when you are preparing the porridge to be included as a complementary food for baby, to feed the baby. Okay, so here if you decrease what's called the viscosity, means you can increase the solid, then it can increase the energy density of the food as complementary food. In terms of sensory properties, you can see when it's whole grain, it's more harder, chewer, and left higher numbers in residual particles. But as you decorticate it, consumers tend to like it more. Popped and blend. Blend means you can add more flavor or spice there, and it will be more acceptable by consumers. Similarly, also we did for Bambara. Bambara, due to hard to cook defect, it's about 3 hours to cook. We can reduce it about 30 minutes. And again, in terms of starch digestibility, it's a very good for especially people who suffer from type 2 diabetes. Again, here it's in vitro. We need to do more work for in vivo. And the good thing is that the digestibility is a very good source of protein, in terms of amino acid also. The issue with legume grains here is the beanie flavor, but when we treat it with infrared and microwave, it tends to, the beanie flavor is slightly reduced, and it becomes more of a nutty flavor, which is also helped to, accepted by the consumers. Okay, from unhealthy to healthy snack alternatives now. I think this was done by VTT, by Natalia and her group here. So first what they did, they had cowpea, where they had fine milling, they produced a protein concentrate, which is very high in protein, which is 50% protein and content, and the yield of protein also was very good. And this production of the protein-rich ingredient, I think we found out also, we did some techno-economic analysis, and we found out that it's really very techno-economic feasible. So I think if somebody has a fine milling machine followed by AS classification, they can produce high protein flour from cowpea, same like how they do for soy protein concentrate. Okay. So these are very rich in minerals and vitamins, and also have good techno-functional properties, I said, and techno-economic feasibility. And Natalia made some crackers here, which was, and then this, the text here means it was gluten-free, it has high fiber up to 15%, so it can be claimed as a high fiber source as well as a source of protein. Okay, in terms of the sensory properties here, it has less, had intense crackers made with cowpea flour, only had beanie flavor and grainy mouthfeel. Addition of protein-rich ingredient now in the crackers decrease the beanie flavor and enhance their color as well. You can see the cowpea here. You can even see the graininess actually in the picture compared to the cowpea-rich flours here. Okay, and the all fact sheets that was done for this protein-rich ingredient, as well as development of this healthy cooking, healthy free crackers. Okay, the other one that we worked on is expanded snack with addition of fibers here. I think what we did here, we had refined sorghum flour, and also we have refined sorghum flour with added bran, but the bran was treated with enzyme, okay, to really make the fiber more functional. So it's a very good source of dietary fiber, up to 12%. The digestibility is close to 60%. Also, this is also known. Extrusion is more like a dry, short cooking time. Okay, so it doesn't affect as much the protein digestibility here. Addition of fiber really reduce the rapidly digestible starch and increase the slowly digestible starch. And the sensory attribute, I think there were lots of stronger attribute like brown. You can see slightly browner here. We suspect that the enzyme hydrolyzed some fiber to produce, reducing sugars that will mostly affect the color due to mild browning here. And smooth surface and caramel flavor, which is a positive one. But the weak attribute is the air pocket wasn't similar. They didn't like it, and the crunchiness and crispiness was not as good as the control. But there were lots of similar attribute compared to the whole, what's called the one with bran and the one with the refined flour. Okay, increasing nutrient density for baby food, pasta, and bread here now. Very quickly here, this was done by Agro. I think the PhD student in the room, you can communicate with her. Pauline is here, and also Valerie Mikael is here. Okay, so they start with 100% cowpea, and then they added amaranth leaves, and also a cowpea with teff, and cowpea with teff amaranth leaves. And they produce a composite flour here, and they made it into dough, and then the dough was extruded, which is the cold extrusion, into pasta here. And if you see here, this is based on the nutritional coverage for women, okay, based on 100 grams of dry cowpea-based pasta in comparison to durum wheat and durum wheat semolina pasta. Okay, and then you can see the line here is the daily recommendation, and the dotted line here, it's FAO recommendation for one meal. And this is the light one here. The first one is for cowpea, and the third one is for cowpea and teff together. And what tends to happen here is that while you're adding as you add the cowpea, amaranth leaf, and teff, you can see that the pidicas increase here, similar to the cowpea alone, compared to the durum wheat pasta. Okay, and also the rapidly digestible starch slightly decrease here, as well as for the cowpea and amaranth leaves. And in the take-home message here, cowpea-based pasta meets the FAO recommendation from one meal for fibers, protein, iron, zinc, and B9 vitamins. Addition of amaranth leaf is the way we increase the beta-carotene. Cowpea-based pasta has lower rapidly digestible versus wheat control, so it can be a slightly lower glycemic index. Cowpea-based pasta has 2 times pidicas versus wheat control, better essential amino acid. So it can be, inverted commas, more like a whole meal, the pasta. Okay. The other thing is that our colleagues from Mikael University work a lot on lots of finger millet product. I can't go a lot into details due to time. They made whole grain instant porridge flour through extrusion, and as well as they make expanded snack, and they also make pre-cooked finger millet grain, which reduce cooking time. Again, they use microwave and infrared here, as well as they made finger millet cookies, which will be gluten-free, which is high in dietary fiber. And these are the products that has been manufactured already. Okay. All right, what happened here now? Oh, the next one is we also work on orange fresh sweet potato flour. I think that one is very important because it tends to provide beta carotene. It's a biofortified sweet potato to make it high in beta carotene. But the issue is it's not available all year around, and so it's also not shelf stable. So flour is very good, and currently there are production of flours which they use oven drying. But unfortunately, oven drying, like you can see, I mean the beta carotene retention is very low because beta carotene is heat labile. But when we use microwave infrared drying, we can have up to 85% retention of beta carotene. That's the good thing, firstly. And the second thing, it's very good in dietary fiber. And the third thing, the viscosity. This is a 10% solid. The viscosity is very low, which is almost like 250 millipascal, the pasting viscosity. But to really have baby food, I think it's about 3,000 millipascal or 3 pascal second. So you can really increase, and in our previous work with orange fresh sweet potato, I mean, we can go up to about 23 to 25% solid to really achieve this 3,000 millipascal second as viscosity for baby food. So it's a very good way to provide baby food as complementary. And our NOFIMA colleagues worked a lot with canned complementary porridge based on African indigenous. They work with orange fresh sweet potato flour, cowpea, teff supplemented with zinc iron to fulfill the recommended nutrient level regarding protein, fiber, carbohydrate, energy, phosphorus, iron, zinc, potassium, calcium, and vitamin A. That's a very good finding. I mean, even with all the the African crops that we work with, sometimes you can't fulfill all the requirement. So there should be fortification at the end sometimes. The sensory profile was characterized as more intense vegetable, leguminous, multi-flavors compared to traditional reference porridge, and the consistency was suitable for a group of 6 to 23 months. So that also was very important. And it was a can, so it was convenient. And I think that is also very important. It's shelf stable, and water is an issue in Africa, clean water. So if it's a canned product, you can just open it and you can use it as is. Okay, and just lastly, to reduce dependency on wheat, there were various composite bread that was produced, and the first one, Ndegwa's group from the University of Helsinki, work on fermentation. Just to give a small background on wheat, I think 19% of calories and 21% of protein daily. But in Sub Saharan Africa, 30 kilogram per capita per year. In North Africa, 200 kilogram capita per year. I think it's not, I'm sure it's not pan bread here in Ndegwa, it's more like flat bread as well. Yeah, so most import refined flour. I think lots of, especially the North African countries and other African countries closer to the equator, they import a lot of wheat. But South Africa, for example, import about 25 to 30% of wheat annually. We produce the other 70 to 75%. So they had fermentation, okay, that produce exopolysaccharides with exopolycar produced strain, and then it's tailored sourdough fermentation. And the fermented batter here was added to the bread up to 50%, and you can see the difference here. A is control, B is unfermented teff flour, they work with teff, and C and D is lactic bacteria inoculated teff ivory bread flour. So you can see there is a huge increase in loaf volume here. Okay, and the other good thing is that when we added teff flour, I mean, there's slight increase in vitro starch digestibility. Okay. And the second one is our colleague from Puratos. we'd work on a lot of addition of a lot of type of flour. They use bambara, millet. B is bambara, M is millet, okay, and S is sorghum. And you can see as you add the flour, the volume completely decrease. But I think one which was the best one was millet, and let's call faba bean here, the last one, which is quite good. But there is lots of challenges here, and this was added up to 30%, okay, millet and 10% faba bean. The challenges is still, I think I always know, I think one of the previous people that work on gluten-free flours said, is it a good way just to add it in bread, or one need to look other type of bakery products that one can add, which is more, which will be less technologically challenged, will have less technological challenges like flatbread. And also here, what then they found, Puratus indicated to us that maize flour is the cheapest flour. Although we can add all these flour and manage to make a good quality bread, okay, not as good as wheat, but still a good quality bread. The issue is that these flours are quite expensive for it to be commercial. So they work on maize and make refined flour. And you can see that the volume is quite good, similar to the reference that was here, about 3,200. And then they have the combo improver. And the issue is now the combo improver, they want to make it more commercially available, but also more affordable. That's very important. And maize flour, then it's readily available in most African countries, and they can use it, 30%. And if, for example, in South Africa, if you replace maize flour with 30%, I think that then you don't need to import a lot of wheat. And not only bread, but one can use it in cake, like this 100% maize or 100% sorghum or 100% refined flour. Okay, refined means you remove the brown particle and mill it fine. You can make cake like muffin type of cake here. Okay, so so in concluding remarks, so what we can say here, African crops, does it have potential? Yes, it has potential for food and nutrition security. And processing technologies, we saw that it improved the nutritional, techno-functional, and sensory qualities. And what are these? We look at infrared, microwave, agitated microwave, extrusion, solar drying, hydrothermal treatment, fermentation, germination, milling, air classification, as well as baking. These are the technologies that was done here. And these technologies are always, say, some are household level already, some small scale to large scale, and most of them are energy efficient. And these are food products that has been produced, low GI, fermented flours, and lower anti-nutrient flours. Quick cooking grain for convenience, healthier snack for snacking during the day, nutrient dense, okay, and less dependency on wheat. And the last one is just to say thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, big thanks, Naushad. You have done impressive amount of work with so many raw materials and so many food products. So happy to see all the good data. I think we have time for a couple of questions. So who would like to start?
I think I can speak. Okay. Naushad, a question on the pre-cooked sorghum. I was just wondering, it would be a very nice product because nowadays people are looking for alternatives of rice. Let's say quinoa is being used as a, so that can be a good replacement. But I was wondering about the cost of the pre-cooking.
Okay, the cost of the pre-cooking. Okay, I think in InnoFoodAfrica we selected a few to do the economic feasibility. And if I think about the technology, we use the microwave and infrared oven that we use for the orange fresh sweet potato flour. And I think one need to redo it properly, but the orange fresh sweet potato flour, we found that it was quite economically feasible. I think this type of product, I think this can be mostly used, I think, I will say, in restaurant and things like that for them. Yeah, I think one can Riette, maybe if you have any, you've done some more analysis there in terms of the. Yes, I think that's something that, maybe Dani.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think some of the work that we've done before, I remember the quick cooking SAMP, for example. Yes. Some of the products are already on the market, so there's definitely a market for the convenience. And products that are already in the market and are selling for a premium to discount for the cost is definitely making up for this. So there is, given the convenience, there's definitely a willingness to pay for the convenience, and that willingness to pay accounts for the need to, or the cost to do the pre-cooking, yeah.
And the idea is this, the microwave pre-processing there, I think you can see that it's a household. I mean, at the household level, in rural areas, they do have microwave and electricity in Sub-Saharan Africa, most of them. So if they pre-cook it and they mill it, that will be very good as a complementary food. I think this is also the advantage. Yeah. And our colleagues from Uganda also made the quick cooking finger millet, so that, I think that also will be very interesting.
I wonder, are there questions also online or no? Okay. One quick one still from here, Fred?
Your 55-degree treatment to activate the phytase is interesting from also from the point of view of what might be happening to the lipoxygenase, which is, and the lipase, which are responsible for the many of the beanie flavors. Have we looked at that yet? Are there prospects for doing that?
Yes, I think that's a good question, Fred. I think what we've done here is that the quick cooking one, we soaked it, and I think then we found, then Valerie Lillian from INI had these technologies that I think she's worked for quite a few years now, and we got some new some new grain that we've just processed now, and we are carrying on the work to see that if we soak it now at 55 and do the pre-treatment with infrared, how will be the product. Because the idea is, if you pre-treat the phytate, activate the phytase, you break down the phytate, you release calcium. And calcium will bind with what's called the pectin, and will also induce how to cook. So we wanted to find out whether this is impacting on the how to cook defects during the cooking, but it didn't. And I think when we tasted the grain, we didn't do a proper sensory evaluation for this batch, but it was quite nutty also in flavor. So the nuttiness really, what's called, Riette, I want to say, mask a little bit of the beanie flavor and the nutty positive attribute, yeah. So it was nutty. So I do agree with you, the lipoxygenate will be activated as well, so.
Okay, thank you, Naushad. Once more, I think we have to move on with the program. So there during the break, and we have the discussion time in the end, so we can come back to for more questions. But let's continue with the program, and next we have I think presentation from online. So I hope the technical techniques work, but maybe I can start by introducing already Nchimbi Msolla from Sokoine University of Agriculture, and she has been working in the Foodland project. And Susan, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here, and I'm trying to share the screen.
Great. Looking forward to seeing that.
Can you move the next slide, please?
Can you see now the table of contents?
Oh. Okay, now I can see the first slide. Thank you very much. Okay, good morning. And I'm really very sorry for the interruptions. Yeah, so yes, now I see the table of content. So my presentation today will be on selected new bean lines, nutritional bean lines. And my presentation is organized as it's shown you in the slides. So I have the introduction, objective, and so on. Next slide, please.
There seems to be a lag in the changing the slides, so we need to wait a couple of seconds.
Yeah, there's yeah. Okay, now on the introduction, I'll be working on legumes, and we know that legumes, there are different types of legumes, and legumes are a very important part of our diet is in Africa. So what do you want me to do?
Just say when I should change the slide.
Okay.
Should I move on?
Okay. Yes, this is yeah, no, just wait for that slide because I still have to explain some of the things. Yeah, we know that, yes, legume is a source of protein, and it has been a big component of our diets in Africa. Iron and zinc Iron and zinc are very important minerals in human body, and we find that there is chances that we have malnutrition, which is known as hidden hunger, or on related to deficiencies in iron. So our project wanted to work on looking at selections of bean varieties that have improved levels of iron and zinc. And we know that the common bean, have improved levels of iron and zinc. And we know that improving these minerals you can do in two ways, either fortifications or using the biological way or genetic way by biofortification, which means improving the iron and zinc content using breeding. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, why common bean? Why did we select among the other legumes? We selected common beans because we find that common beans is a leading leguminous crop grown in Tanzania and even in the whole region of East Africa. The consumption of bean, the land that is used for producing beans is relatively high compared to other legumes. And also the consumption of bean is really high in Tanzania. When you compare it with yeah, the other important aspect of beans is that it also improved farming systems in terms of nitrogen fixation. It's also used in intercropping. Most of the farming systems in Africa combine growing beans and other cereals. And it is also a source of income. So we find that yeah, it's also of yeah, it's a source of income. Beans are being traded all over, and you can see in the photos there that I've shown that they're traded in village markets, also in urban markets. You can find beans being traded everywhere. So it's a very big source of income in Africa, and especially in Tanzania. Next slide, please. Yeah, so what was our objective? This is part of Foodland project, and this is part of the work package number 4, technological innovations. So what we wanted is to identify the common beans lines that are combining the acceptable trait that are preferred by farmers. They have agronomic trait, but also they have short cooking times and high levels of iron and zinc contents. Next slide, please. So I'd like just to show our selection framework. So we had a selection, and this is breeding work. It's not really typical food science work, but we wanted to do it right from the plant. So we started with a diverse bean population, which are the 90 bean lines that we collected from the International Center for Tropical Agriculture. And And in our selection, we were based on the yield, diseases, disease resistance, and iron and zinc. And this is because the farmers would like to also have other preferred traits, apart from having beans that have high levels of iron and zinc. And because farmers cannot see iron and zinc in the seeds, they would like to see something also that they would like, which means yielding. Yeah, so we went on doing the on-station experiments, which means the experiment that are conducted at the university. But and later on we selected 25 lines that were having these traits that we wanted, and then we selected 25 lines, and later on the scheme, we went on working with the farmers, doing their own farm trials. Yeah. When we are doing the on-farm trials, we also involve the farmers. This is what is known as participatory evaluation, so that farmers can be involved right at the beginning and start selecting for the preferred trait that they wanted. So the farmers were invited to come to the experimental plots, selecting the varieties based on the other trait. But on the other side, in the laboratory, we went on analyzing for iron and zinc. And we selected the best 4 lines that we are working on. And what we see in the scheme that we'll go on doing the variety release, official variety release process, and then later on we are going to do the commercialization. So we are at the stage where we have only selected the 4 best lines, and we are going to do further evaluation in them. And finally, we think that this is going to contribute to the improved nutrition. So next slide, please. So this was the methodology that we used. So we had this. This is all that has been explained in the scheme. So this is, I will not repeat explaining this one because I have explained it in the scheme. So next slide, please. Thank you. So just to show that in our methodology, we did the laboratory work where we also evaluated for cooking time, because even the previous speaker noted that legumes are hard to cook. Some of the legumes are hard to cook. So before we do anything, we have to evaluate for cooking time. So we had in the laboratory a Murchison cooker that estimates the cooking time of beans. And also we are doing analysis for the zinc and iron. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is what we call the participatory evaluation, calling farmers in the field. You can see the farmers are moving around the plots, trying to select what they want agronomically and see what they can select as their own varieties. So we did these trials and we involved the farmers. And we found that that aspect of involving farmers is very important because for us, Yeah, for us breeders, it is very important that whatever we develop or whatever we innovate as varieties, farmers can accept it and they can grow it. Next slide, please. Okay, now we see the results from the experiments that we did. And you can see from the table that we were evaluating for iron and zinc content, the cooking time. And for the cooking time, we looked at the cooking time for unsoaked beans and soaked beans. And we looked at other traits like the diseases that are shown there, ALS, CBD, angular leaf spot. So in general, we saw that there was a variation for all the traits that we evaluated. Next slide, please. So this is a graph that is showing a combined yield iron and zinc content of the varieties that we evaluated. And you could see that we had some selection there that we selected based on the performance based on their performance. So the 4 lines are the ones that are shown in the arrows. So if you see the red arrows below, those were the ones which were selected. Next slide, please. Okay, now when we went to evaluate the varieties with the farmers, we saw their preferences and you could see the preferences. So the ones that are showing with the arrows are the ones that the farmers were preferring. So we found that they preferred, and we also asked them what were the reason for the preferences. So the farmers could tell us their preferences. And yeah, next slide, please. Okay, now this slide just shows on the selection, the 5 that we selected, and this is the detailed information on the various traits, the maturity, the 100 seed weight, yield, cooking time, unsoaked and soaked one, iron and zinc levels. So you could see that there is variation in zinc. So some of these lines are combining those traits. And these ones are the ones that we are selecting for further release and being used for other uses. Next slide, please. Okay, now you could see that these are farmer selection. These are the 5 that we have selected. And you could see that the seed types of them are shown on the right side. And you can see the variation that is there in the beans, in the legumes. And farmers will prefer, the preferences of farmers are mainly sometimes based on even the seed size, the seed color, and other traits. Next slide, please. Okay, now what are the key findings that we have seen? First of all, that the variation in yield performance and iron and zinc content were influenced by the diverse nature of bean genotypes and environments, which means that the beans could change their content of iron and zinc based on where they are being grown. The second observation or key finding is that we found that we have realized that there are 3 bean lines that have been noted there that were the best performing ones in terms of both yield, the mineral contents and also yield. And we are also the most preferred by the farmers. And these are the ones that we are going to move forward and make a release of them. Okay, so we noted also the farmers are interested with the new varieties that we have shown them, that we have tested with them, that are performing better than their existing local varieties. And as I said before, that the seed type and color are the most important traits that the farmers are looking for. Yeah, but to conclude that, what are we going to use, how are we going to use these varieties? We have another component also in our project that is working on the composite flowers. So some of these beans that are showing to have high levels of iron and zinc are going to be used in the composite flour. So this is another activity that is going on. They have been tested. Okay, they have been tested and still the work is going on to see which formulation is the best, which proportions of bean flour and other cereal flours are going to be the best. So the other cereals that are being used in the composite flours are sorghum, millet, and maize. So the next steps that we are okay, so our next step in this work. So our next step in this work is to do the seed increase, because you cannot commercialize if you still have few seeds. So we are going to do the seed increase, but we are also going to validate the selected bean lines with a wider scale of farmers. So we want to have many farmers testing this. So we are planning to have more than 400 farmers testing our beans and to get the feedback from them. Okay, and finally, we are going to submit this for official variety release, because we need these varieties to be officially released before they are used by farmers. And finally, I would like to thank you for listening, but I would like to acknowledge and thank the organizers of this meeting, and also my Foodland project for giving me a chance to do this presentation.
Thank you, Susan. Not sure whether you heard the applause, but big thanks for the presentation, and it was a pity now the technical issues, so almost all of the time for the discussion is gone, or I'm looking at Raija now, how should we still take
Thank
one
you very much, and thank you for listening, and I'm really sorry for the problems.
Maybe we can still take maybe one or two questions. There is the quite heavy lag, so I don't know how we can. But there was, I think, now in the. But yeah, anybody? Yes, at least we have one.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check your opinion, Susan, on the issue of a yield gap. So you are reporting 500, 600 kilograms of yield at the moment, but in theory it should be like 2,000 kilograms of yield per hectare. So I just wanted to check on that, and then linked to that, I just wanted to check whether there's any substantiation for the focus on the seed size and seed coloring in terms of those being important factors in choosing these genetic lines. Thank you.
No, but it has been all the time like that. Did you hear the question, Susan?
Okay, thank you very much. Can I respond now?
Yes.
Yes?
Can I respond now?
Yes, please.
Yes, I had the questions. Yeah, about the. Okay, about the yield gap. Yeah, it is true that there is a really big yield gap, but it depends. It depends where you grow the beans. Yeah, there is a lot of variation in yield gap, because some of the variety can yield up to 2,000 kilograms per hectare, and some can be in between.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Susan. I think it's better to stop the session here to keep the time for the rest of the day. And feel free to, of course, contact the presenters, Naushad and Susan, directly for further discussion and questions and comments, so that you can learn more about these studies. So feel free to do that. But let's close this session. Big thanks again, Naushad and Susan, for the excellent presentations. And now we have a break, 20 minutes, so we will continue 35 still, or 35, 10:35, the program continues. Thank you.
It works.
It works.
Do I introduce you or do you introduce
I can introduce myself.
Thank you.
My name is Mikael Fogelholm. I'm professor in public health nutrition at the University of Helsinki. I have not very officially been involved in InnoFoodAfrica, but I spent 4 months in Kenya helping, being a research assistant there, helping those who really did the data collection in Nairobi and Chuka. But a wonderful time. And thanks, Raija, for inviting me to be the chairperson here now. We have 5 presentations, and every presentation, or each of the presentations, it's 20 minutes, and I will be sitting there, and at about 18 minutes, I will stand up, so you will see that the time is running. The discussions are after the first 2 presentations. They are more related to nutrition, and then after the 3 last presentations, and then they are more related to consumer attitudes and things related to that. We will start with Kaleab Baye, his presentation, Diets of Women and Children in African Cities. And Kaleab was involved and leading the work package 2 in InnoFoodAfrica, and he's from Addis Ababa University from Ethiopia.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Okay, thank you, Miku, for the nice introduction. I'll be speaking about diets of women and children in African cities. This work is part of a work package 2 in InnoFoodAfrica project, and it's the result of quite a collaboration among different partners. Given the time limits, I'm not able to go into details, but I would give you an overview of the highlights of the consumption survey that we've done and the findings related to that. So as a background, I think you've probably seen this a number of times, but just to reiterate that 1 in 3 in the world are affected by some forms of malnutrition, be it in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west. Malnutrition is affecting our populations. And we know now, and given the results from the global burden of disease, there were estimates that indicated that poor quality diets and diet-related conditions represent the largest set of risk factors for the global burden of disease. And it was the burden was estimated to be greater than unsafe sex, alcohol, drug, and tobacco use combined. So quite a threat to our health. But not only health, but also development in general as we speak. So we link the malnutrition situation and the high burden of malnutrition to diet as being a major contributor. It's good to understand what do we mean by diet quality, given that poor quality diet is related to malnutrition. So diet quality is a difficult term, and it has been defined in different ways by different people, but I like this characterization by the SOFI in the SOFI 2020 report, the State of Food and Security report, where you have different ladders of diet quality achievements. First one being energy sufficient diet, a diet that meets the needs for short-term. Okay, so a diet that is required to meet energy, so meeting needs for short-term subsistence. The second ladder would be nutrient adequate diet, so a diet that meets the requirements of essential nutrients, so it's more nutrient focused. And the ideal scenario is to go to a healthy diet, where that includes foods from several food groups and has greater diversity within food groups. And so the idea is to go as up as possible in this ladder and ideally be seated in the healthy diet category. So given this background and given the importance of diets and how they're linked with malnutrition and its consequence, our work package under InnoFoodAfrica aimed to diagnose the situation, to understand better the trends and the magnitude of different forms of malnutrition in the African continent. Then try to make that link as well. We know from estimates from global burden of disease, etc., that diet quality is a significant contributor, but to better understand what the diets look like in our countries and target countries, and see how they could be related to malnutrition. So for that, we conducted a number of consumption surveys focused on urban cities, urban settings, cities in Africa. Followed by then using information from the consumption survey to propose solutions, optimize diet, generate recommendations, nutritional recommendations, as well as support by developing implementation plans. So the approach is diagnostic solution, then supporting implementation. As part of the diagnosis, we started with a comprehensive review and secondary analysis of existing data sets. And we expanded it to look at Sub-Saharan African region in general, but also a focus on the 4 target African IFA target countries: Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, and Uganda. And the idea is, you always see a national estimate, a prevalence of stunting of, let's say, 38% for Ethiopia. What does that mean? Is it the same across the nation? Do we see geospatial distributions, inequalities between urban and rural? And are there any progress? Were the kind of questions that we were dealing with. So basically, this is a stunting map, and the cutoffs that you see, the prevalence of stunting, anything above 30 is considered as a severe public health concern by the WHO. So it shows you, one, the kind of changes we've seen from 2000 to 2019 in 2 decades. We still have a lot of red, but there are areas that lightened up, as you can see, where progress were seen. And these spots, you have different level of improvement within a country is the main takeaway message from this. And you can see that better. Well, for Ethiopia, you have this Somali region and the like that showed some reduction in stunting over the last 16 years between the 2 DHS rounds. Here you see again much more heterogeneity. In South Africa, you see, except for this area, the whole of the west part has shown improvements. So the main point is that, country-level national estimates only paint a very broad picture and may mask within country disparities. Even more important, we see differences between urban and rural in terms of prevalence of stunting, where urban seems to do better, but not always. And the difference may be very, very artificial or very limited. For South Africa, for example, you have lesser difference between urban and rural. All this would tell you that a number of studies have been done, often trying to look at national estimates. But what we see from our analysis that it is important to have a disaggregated analysis to understand what's going on within a country, and also compare what's happening between countries. Another way to present the data from the Demographic and Health Survey, here we present underweight and overweight among women of reproductive age. In the x-axis, you've got the African countries that had post-2010 DHS data. And what you have in blue, the blue bar shows you the prevalence of underweight, whereas the red bar shows you the prevalence of overweight. What comes out is if you're comparing the prevalence of underweight and overweight, this dashed bar is the kind of disaggregation that shows you that anything to the right of this dashed line, that's where at the national level you have a higher prevalence of overweight than underweight. Again, from the history in our work in nutrition is to focus on undernutrition in developing countries, in low and middle income countries. But what this is showing you is that for a large number of African countries that you see on the right side of this dashed line, you have a higher prevalence of overweight, obesity, than the prevalence of undernutrition. On the left side, you still have countries, I think about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or so. In Burkina Faso, you have about the same level of underweight prevalence and overweight obesity prevalence. So we have 4 target Food African countries, Ethiopia, which is on the left side of this dashed line. Then you have Uganda, somewhere a little after that dashed line, then Kenya, then South Africa. So it's interesting with the analysis that we do, and I'll be presenting, to look at how diets differ in these 4 settings that are sitting at different, that are confronted by different levels of and different forms of malnutrition. So with this analysis, we are here in the conceptual framework of the food systems by the HLPE. So nutrition and health outcomes, and as tried to allude earlier, diets are contributing quite significantly to what we are seeing in terms of nutritional status. And it's important to look at what diets look like in these 4 countries that are at different stages that show different burden of malnutrition. And for that, then we focused on diets, and I like this conceptual framework that came in a bit earlier than this one, that puts diet quality at the center. And we are cognizant that it's important to characterize diet and diet quality, but also that diet quality is influenced by consumer behavior, and you would see presentations related to consumer behavior later on. The food environment, what is available, affordable, accessible, that we try to capture somehow with the optimization work that we've done, diet optimization work that we've done. And some of my colleagues are also presenting have already presented on the processing and how it could influence diet, as well as the agricultural production that you would hear from Ndegwa later on. So we in this work package, we focused at characterizing diet and diet quality. So the aim is to understand the food consumption in cities, so focused in cities, because we have a few diet-related surveys that were done, but they usually are nationally representative, or they overly focused on rural areas. And given the rapid urbanization, it is important, and also the nutrition transition that is quite fast in urban settings, it is important to understand a bit in detail diet and diet quality in urban settings. And for that, we selected 2 cities from each of the 4 countries, Ethiopia, Uganda, Kenya, and South Africa. And we tried to account for urbanicity gradient, where we selected on purpose a primary and a secondary city, with the intention of having some foresight into, as cities urbanize, the kind of changes that we would anticipate. And also look, within these consumption surveys, the target groups were women and children, in a way to have 2 target life cycle groups addressed. The woman, the adult consumption, as well as the child consumption. and which would give us a bit of different, to appreciate any differences within households, if any. So this gave us a total sample size of about 3,000 plus, combining all the women and children in 8 cities. So quite a substantial data set is now available for digging further. So the cities look like this. So you have Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and the Hawassa, the secondary city, and showing you some pictures of the consumption survey, the trainings that were done in Nairobi and Chuka, again a primary and a secondary city here, Kampala and Wakiso in Uganda, Gauteng and Free State townships in South Africa. So I will be giving you some highlights about the results that we find, the results, focusing primarily at the beginning on the consumption of children. So in this table, we're showing Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa, and we used the 2021 infant and young child feeding indicators, the WHO UNICEF infant and young child indicators, to assess the level of consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages, zero fruits and vegetables consumption, and unhealthy food consumption. These are part of the new set of indicators that were integrated into the WHO UNICEF IYCF indicator to characterize any unhealthy consumption among children. So what you see is there are quite substantial differences between countries where we saw a higher consumption, and this is the proportion. The proportion of children that consumed sugar-sweetened beverage and over a 24-hour recall period. So the highest number of children or proportion of children that consumed sugar-sweetened beverages were in Uganda, in South Africa, followed by Uganda. In Ethiopia, it was pretty low, less than 1%. When it comes to zero fruit or vegetable consumption, this was also proposed as one indicator that could indicate an inappropriate diet for children. You don't have fruits nor vegetables. So there we have close to 50 to 60% in Ethiopia and Uganda that have reported that they haven't consumed any fruit, no fruit, no vegetables. In Uganda, it's much lower, and in South Africa, it's also pretty high, the proportion of children that did not consume neither fruit or vegetables. But you also see differences, for example, between Gauteng and Free State, about 20 percentage point prevalence difference between the two states, the two townships. There is also one indicator that is proposed by the WHO UNICEF IYCF indicator, which is the unhealthy food consumption, that aggregates any consumption that relates to sugary foods, salty foods, and sugary and salty foods, and basically any consumption is aggregated and counted. And so here you would see that the unhealthy food consumption in this category, in terms of proportion, you still have the lowest in Ethiopia, but you also see differences between Addis Ababa and Hawassa, which is about the double. In Kenya, we're in the 20 to 40% range, where you have a higher proportion in Nairobi than in Chuka. In Uganda, it's about 25 to 30%. In South Africa, you have a substantial proportion of children that have consumed from foods that are categorized as unhealthy. And this is somehow aided, the categorization is supported by a Sentinel food group that is proposed as a benchmark. Another indicator that we're interested at is the diversity of the diet of children. One indicator is the minimum diet diversity score, where we have 8 food groups and a minimum of 5 needs to be consumed to meet the minimum diet diversity that's proposed. So it remains minimum, it's a minimum diet diversity. So we prefer to get as high a food group consumed as possible. But here we're showing the proportion of children that met that minimum criteria of 5 out of 8 food groups. The lowest was in Ethiopia and Addis Ababa and Awasa, about similar levels, about 15% that met the minimum diet diversity, which is in line with the DHS estimates as well. In Nairobi, we have about 40+% of children that met the minimum diet diversity, much lesser in Chuka. Uganda stands out as the country where we had above 50% of children meeting minimum diet diversity. And in South Africa, we had also differences between the two cities. In Free State, we had a higher percentage than in Gauteng. Altogether, this is indicating that given that the indicator is minimum diet diversity, there is a lot of work in all the 4 countries, but the level of effort required is different depending on the countries, but also within cities, as you can see, differences between cities within a country. So it's important to have this granular understanding that you wouldn't put them in the same category. The level of effort required would differ between countries and within country is the take-home message from this. Altogether, diversity is pretty low. So to unpack a bit this diversity issue, and I'll unpack this figure, don't worry. So we have 8 cities, and so this is for children, so we have 8 food groups in this spider web. And it tells you, it gives you an idea of which food groups are missing. Flesh foods, vitamin A rich for some cities, as you can see, eggs, legumes and nuts to some extent, except for Wakiso, Kampala, that had a significantly higher consumption of legumes compared to the other cities. Dairy, but let's unpack this and see by country what we can, So if we look at the food group level consumption by children, you already see quickly that, okay, these food groups are missing in the Ethiopian case. Similarly, in the Ugandan case, but differences that you can see is for fruits and vegetables, you have a higher consumption. Similarly here, again, the left side of the food groups, these food groups are missing. In Nairobi, you have quite a different picture where, in Kenya, you have quite a different picture where you have a higher consumption of vitamin A-rich fruits and vegetables compared to the other cities. So the main point here is that if you're looking by food group, there are missing food groups. And we see differences between countries, between countries and the missing food groups. There are some similarities, but also differences in some food groups. If we're looking at women, the same exercise, but here we have 10 food groups, and we can see grain, roots, and tubers is not a problem. It's consumed by everyone, okay? But if you look at pulses now, you see disparities, where for, Chuka is the highest, then followed by Addis Ababa, et cetera, et cetera. So you can see quite a disparity between cities on their consumption. Similar, unpacking it, we see again gaps in consumption. Likewise here, but here we see a bit of difference in Free State and between Free State and Gauteng. You can see that the vegetable consumption shows a 20 percentage point difference within that same country, for example. So these are the kind of things that is nice to appreciate, and also suggesting that you might need different levels of effort, again, within country. Likewise, if you look at Chuka and Nairobi, same thing. If you look at pulse consumption, you see quite a significant difference in terms of proportion of people that consumed, of women that consumed those food groups. It's also important to look at within household differences, and here I show you the number of food groups consumed by children and women for the similar food group, legumes, pulses, where for children you have 30 to 40% that reported to have consumed it, whereas for the women in that same household, 60 to 73% consumed it. So it's also about intra-household distribution of food and what is considered as good for the child and the adult. So it's it's not a mere reflection of availability or affordability. It's much more than that. It's also the distribution within households. So with this kind of missing food groups, and I go quickly, and here the idea is to show you whatever you see in orange shows that the likelihood of deficiencies, okay? So main point here, don't try to look at which one is which, but main point is you have a number of nutrients that are missing in the diets. We see differences between countries. So if Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, and Uganda, so you don't have the same level of shades by country. But in all countries, you have some likelihood of nutrient deficiencies. Same thing for women, as you can see. The number of deficiencies may differ, but in all countries we have nutrient deficiencies, different levels of nutrient deficiencies. And based on that, what we tried is, given the limits, so we did an optimization exercise, and what comes out from that optimization is that, and like what we saw in terms of food group analysis, legumes, vegetables, and fruits should be increased. Consumption of these food groups should be increased. And for the other food groups, it varies depending on the country and the city. Based on that, we developed recommendations. And as a summary, diets of children and women in the cities of the 4 African countries, as you have seen, are predominantly cereal-based. There were different levels of unhealthy food consumption. And in line with the missing food groups, gaps in multiple nutrient intakes were observed. And through a multi-criteria optimization that captured affordability and cultural acceptability, we can provide some solution that would allow us to get as close to nutrient recommendations, but affordability is a main constraint. And the improved diets are likely to be unaffordable for a proportion of the population. That makes us think that we need to increase income, and it's not as easy as said. So we might need also to consider social protection systems to incentivize, as well as fiscal policies to promote consumption of healthy foods and limit unhealthy consumption. Thank you, and sorry for overstaying. So this is the group that contributed.
All right, thank you, Kaleab. A very interesting presentation. Unfortunately, we have to wait for our questions till the end of the next presentation. So now we have an online presentation. Let's hope that everything goes well. Nairobi, can you hear me? There should be Dr. Wambui Kogi Makau from the University of Nairobi, and she has been the country coordinator and the work package leader in the Foodland project. And she's also from the nutrition sciences. Wambui, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Habari ya asubuhi.
Nzuri sana.
Sawa sawa.
Habari yako?
Now we can move on. Do you have your, Raija, what shall we do with the slides?
I have it, but I'm trying to share.
Okay, okay. We will probably have to get out of here first.
There is something on this, yeah, thank you. I'm presenting on the nutritional recommendations, which fits under the deliverable 2.6 of the Foodland project. I'm going to give an introduction, the objective of formulating the nutritional recommendations, how we did it. We'll give you a general overview and then present the nutritional recommendations in 3 sets. We have a conclusion and way forward. This work was done in collaboration with the 5 African countries that are participating in the Foodland project. At the time it was happening, the 6th country, which is Ethiopia, was having issues. I think there was war and interruptions, so they didn't participate in it, but probably they will provide their input before the project. So the overall objective was to invent nutritional recommendations that are relevant, suitable, and feasible to implement in the foodland. The initial a general understanding of the work. So it was taken to mean something that we were going to put forward in form of suggestion ideas that for a particular purpose, and the particular purpose in this case was nutrition, and it would be considered suitable in responding to the problems we have hearing of, like the previous two presenters have decided. So the main reasons for recommendations, we saw them as a means of expressing a collective result from the studies conducted, and then the uptake and implementation for posterity. So they provide a need for impact and sustainability for efforts and costs incurred during research implementation. I think the recommendations from research are very important because they extend the impact or the longevity of impact of findings and efforts that have incurred during research. So we developed a protocol of nutrition recommendations. This was done by participants from Kenya, from Uganda, from Morocco, Tunisia, and Tanzania, the five countries. So we did it in a three-wise procedure. Where step one, we conducted a lecture of the specific country nutrition issues. This lecture gave us a panoramic view of the issues of nutrition in those countries, and we selected specific sites that we could use in understanding these problems. For example, in Kenya, we did the work in a place called Nyeri County and Kitui County, and the rest of the countries have also the specific selected sites. So after that, we examined the data that had been through nutrition among the urban and rural populations, and these were okay, sorry. And then the examination of the research data led to formulation of certain recommendations. Then step 3 was to share in a participatory context the future beneficiaries of what action will be taken based on these recommendations, in which we saw 3 groups: the group of end beneficiaries or the end users of the nutritional recommendations, and then those facilitate the exploitation of those recommendations. So this was done at the county level, and we validated the nutritional recommendations in step 1 and 2 through running of conferences and seminars with the people being members of the communities where we did the studies, members of the ministries, line ministries of nutrition, and culture, and also involve some non-governmental organizations and organizations outside the ministries. So we identified a step of working with communities that were the recommendations that were out in the step 1 and 2. And then we generated nutritional recommendations to close the gap. That is in terms of the methodology, but I would like to introduce these stakeholders, all significant stakeholders, nutrition in countries. So the term, we find it as reduce government sectors, community groups, other groups with interest in achieving nutrition, good nutrition for humans. And this included the household level representatives. These are the ones we are calling participatory. Because all these sometimes involved in implementing nutrition recommendations. So the general overview of the nutritional recommendations we generated, these were generated and customized at country level. 5 countries generated their own recommendations, but we had agreed, because we had a common methodology, that we would divide the groups, patient groups, age. We said each country would customize groups according to how the countries implement interventions in nutrition. But the common ones were 0 to 6 months, 6 to 23 old or just below, 24 to 29 months, adolescents, women of reproductive age, adult men, and elderly persons. So the adult women are included in the group of women of reproductive age. Overall, we generated 360 nutritional recommendations. And different countries generated certain proportions, as shown, where Kenya generated 121, Morocco 52, Tanzania 90, Asia 67, and Uganda 30. So 4 out of these 5 countries, with the exception of Morocco, categorized recommendations as direct, sensitive, or facilitative. The concept here means direct is the one that has direct effect on the nutritional status of the person who is affected. The sensitive is that part where the support towards the direct. For example, if somebody, the recommendations is to do with the growing of certain crops, the sensitive, while producing a therapeutic that would go directly to the affected and addressing the specific crop would be direct. And then facilitated is the group of persons or communities or organizations that support. For example, the industry would support the policies, industry would support the manufacturing. Those fall in the facilitators, and the countries concerned their recommendations in that 3 dimensions. So we were cognizant of considering some factors like gender, locality being represented by other rural situations, and then income, education. But in the end, we found that the issues of nutrition were spread across these groups, as the last person asked. The presentation. So recommendations. These are already talked about. Specific recommendations. And the first group of recommendations is derived from the studies on high-value quality that was conducted or through the Foodland project. And it generated some indicators. The tool we used was generated by FAO, and therefore we went by the recommendations based on that methodology. So the tool focused on the non-communicable diseases, and we classified the nutritional recommendations into non-communicable diseases protect. So recommendations that would help to protecting the good environment on non-communicable diseases. And then we looked at the non-communicable diseases. These are the foods that increase or expose the higher risk of NCD. So for this, the two countries that provide their nutritional recommendations in this so are Kenya, Tanzania, and they produced 9 nutrition NCD protects enhance the 8. Then Morocco generated 7 general NCD related enhance, and Tunisia and Uganda did not have specific based enhance. These are the definitions used where the NCD protected stock based on food consumption, healthy food groups during the past day and night, as from 0 to 2. And then the NCD risk is consumption from age group to limit or avoid. So foods that are NCD risk are to be avoided or to minimize. And the examples of these foods are processed meats. Processed meat is given for weight, so it had a 2. And then the others, the cases like processed food, beverages, which we talked about in the presentation. The avoidance of risk food correlates negatively with the good dietary recommendations. So we present this by countries.
Dr. Wambui, can you hear
Yes.
me? Can you hear me? Please be aware that you have 5 minutes left on your presentation, so you need to speed up. The presentations are 20 minutes, so please speed up. Thanks, and sorry for this.
Yeah, for Kenya, we had gone a bit deeper and divided the NCDs into levels of classification, but I've already presented the number of NRs. So this is for Morocco. They had 7 NCD aligned nutritional recommendations, and they were aligned to what the government is doing, strengthening the national and regional capacities, and efficacy and personal engagement, mechanisms for taxing advertisements on hard risk, and reducing risk. So these are the recommendations that Morocco came up with. And these are the recommendations that Tanzania generated. And since we have very few things remaining, I will go to the next level. The Foodland has developed some technological innovations recommendations that we try that are related to nutrition. Again, is to emphasize that to keep these findings of the blood are very effective and the community levels, we need these recommendations. So we need to avail the prototypes, technologies, need to engage manufacturers in mass production, and these are the ones that are going to form the next thing of and communication in terms of disseminating findings. So we'll be working on the uptake. That is not for Kenya only, it's also repeated in the other countries. For example, Morocco had 4 innovations, nutritional recommendations. You can see including agricultural production, and packaging, labeling, and production of fortified foods, which were referred to by the earlier presenters, and then promotion of more sustainable agriculture. The same with Tanzania, they have their technological innovations, and we had agreed that the countries can follow whatever is relevant in terms of technologies and uptake them in their own countries. So here, it's a pairing of small animals and animal source foods, which are so high. It has also happened with dense. Promote production and consumption of fortified and fortified food, with leading food labels. Tunisia has 3 chronological innovation-based nutritional recommendations. In Kenya, there is the transfer of these technologies for use and innovation and promotion of adoption of which will be done under the next phase. Last one is nutritional recommendation based on and significant nutritional stakeholders, which I referred to when I said we held conferences with beneficiaries of nutritional recommendations. And here we are. I've already talked of the concept of direct, sensitive, facilitative, and we did part of the labeling from the other countries, but we felt that the food industry forced telling people what should not be done, and copying from other situations where we have warnings. Smoking is hazardous to health. We could have similar statements or labels where sugar intake, salty, ultra are concerned. And Morocco, the same issue, to improve diet, nutritional capacity. We've referred to the and here the inclusion of physical activity and creating policies and investing in better availability of nutritious food and water. Water is something that is it's important that it is rated in when we do our nutritional intervention. Tanzania, similar recommendations. Here they are trying to promote implementation of monitoring structures, conducting of routine nutrition assessment, and introducing and monitoring waiver on provision of health. So in terms of recommendations, it says what is being done by the government based on the recommendations that they've implemented.
Sorry, 2 minutes time, so please wrap up.
Okay.
Thanks.
For the Tunisia, they have the nutrition recommendations that are related to children, and their focus was maternity leave, extension to 6 months, to give additional 2 months to the fathers, and to establish legislative and regulatory framework for advertising children's products. For women of reproductive age, develop communication tools to raise awareness, and for urban and rural consumers to ensure traceability and control for agriculture and agri-products, and set up an access platform for organic agricultural products, and set up for distribution channels for access to agricultural products. These are the ones that the Uganda generated, and they were based on the gaps they identified from what is being implemented, between what is being implemented and what the findings showed. So varieties of increased diversification, limitation of consumption of foods with rich in fats, sugar, and beverages, improvement of intake, adoption of exercise, adjustments for high quality physical activities. So what we see is that what is coming up from these recommendations from the different places is that they are similar. The issues are similar. And in terms of closing and conclusion, the nutritional recommendation generation process gave birth to 360 recommendations, and these recommendations were emerged in the context of recognition of what is already existing in terms of interventions. So what was happening is that we were either coming up with new recommendations or adding value to the existing recommendations judged by existing interventions or the interventions that were going on. The process generated relevant nutritional recommendations that are ready for exploitation, meaning they are ready for uptake. The concern being that people conduct research, we write recommendations, and they are not given the right place in terms of emphasis, in terms of importance, and they seem to be tend to be forgotten. So one of the messages here is that we need to promote uptake of nutritional recommendations in response to the current concern that nutrition research findings are being maximized or well exploited in an optimal manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wambui, and please stay online if there are any questions also to you. Kaleab, could you come to the front if people have questions to you, then you can take the microphone. All right, we have a scheduled 15-minute time, but at least we have the 10 minutes for discussion, so don't worry about this. We have some flexibility in the end of the session. Any questions to Kaleab or to Wambui regarding the nutritional data and maybe also the nutrition recommendation need for the recommendations? Yes. We probably would need a microphone for you so that the people online can hear you. Yeah, if this microphone works, then you can use that. You should stay quite close to the microphone.
Yeah, this works. So about the nutritional findings, what is now the way forward? How do you solve those problems? And who would be now the best actors to have most impact, in your opinion?
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can answer.
That's a very nice question, but I wish we had the answer for that. But I think it goes back to the conceptual framework that I tried to show, where we have different actors that play different roles. We have characterized the diet, and based on that and the optimization, we proposed nutritional recommendations that could be taken up to update and or generate food-based dietary guidelines that would influence consumer behavior to a certain extent. But as you know, the dietary choices are dependent on so many actors and so many variables. So I think it's in consortium like a consortium like InnoFoodAfrica, where we looked at what shapes consumer behavior, what the diets look like, what are the food processing innovations that can happen, how about the production, affordability. All of that needs to, it's a piece of a puzzle. So when all that is arranged in the right way, then you would see the kind of nutritional goals being met. So one thing that we learned from InnoFoodAfrica is, and I think it's the way things are going, is to have a systems view at diet. And if you want to improve diet, it is with different actors. And so as part of our recommendation, we have proposed nutritional recommendations, but not only that. You might need fiscal policies, for example, to subsidize some of the, to promote production or consumption of a certain foods. You might want to discourage the consumption of unhealthy foods, but how to do it, the how part, there are so many different ways. And I think that would be the kind of logical continuation of what we've done with this great level of understanding and diagnostics. The next phase could be the how part. We know the what now, but the how do different pieces much together to make the changes on the ground is really, so I have an answer to your question. It remains a question to be answered. But yeah, some reflections.
Yeah, let me just shortly also comment. In your last slide, in fact, you show the fiscal policies, and I think that for the undernutrition, that's by far the most important thing. Less poverty, less undernutrition. Then how to solve the kind of wrong nutrition, the overnutrition parts. They're probably completely separate issues, these two, and trying to combine them does not make very much sense.
Yes, I mean, there are, starting 2019, there is what we call double duty actions that were kind of initiated by a number of researchers, but also WHO taking it up, but it kind of slowed down. But the idea was to, given that we have these forms of malnutrition, different forms of malnutrition coexisting, it is important to identify which ones have shared drivers, which one may be addressed separately. And as a double duty actions may be prioritized because they allow you to address both ends with the same intervention. But it still requires some work to identify which ones are double duty and therefore should be prioritized. We're not there yet, but yeah, that would be a great addition if we can do.
Let me ask you a question. In fact, when you look at the countries and the kids' diet, Uganda seemed to be by far the healthiest, I mean, least unhealthy food consumption and clearly most of the healthy food consumption. So my first question is, why is this so? Is this just a cultural or any other issue? And then the following question would be that you couldn't see that likewise in women, in the mothers. It was mostly in kids. And the other interesting dichotomy with Uganda was that they had a pretty good dietary diversity, and yet the prevalence of micronutrient deficiencies were quite high. Some strange results that puzzles me. Do you have any answers or idea why this is so?
I may hypothesize. I do not have concrete answers to that, but I think it might need some digging. We know from other works as well that the Ugandan farming system, production system, is much more diverse than the other countries. More fruits, veggies. The dietary habit is also a reflection somehow of that. And so we see a better dietary diversity in that country compared to the others. In terms of unhealthy consumption, I think there are so many determinants. If we look at South Africa as an example, you might have a higher, we had a higher consumption of sugary foods. We know that there's a lot of sugarcane processing, production, and so many sugar sweetened beverage companies in South Africa. And so I think you would get the answer when you see the diet and what the diet is showing you within the canvas of all the other subsystems of the food system. And that kind of paints a better picture. In terms of diversity versus intake, then the differences and disparities that we have seen, it could be so that the food is counted as being consumed in the dietary diversity case, but when it comes to amounts consumed, it may not be enough to meet requirements, and that's how I would see it. Of course, it would.
Right.
Maybe a very technical question, Kaleab, to you. I was wondering if stunting or genetic thing has to do with stunting, because the North Ethiopia stayed very high stunting, but I have seen some improvement in the nutrition. Just a specific example, my children, I'm living in Belgium, and there is an organization that follows children's health. The height of my children was way shorter than their age group. And I was contacted like, yeah, we were, how tall are you guys? Why are these children so? So how is this? Because if you see also in the east part of Ethiopia, the Somali, although we know that there is no really economic differences between the north and east, they seem to be less stunted because genetically they are tall people. How do you see this?
Okay, I think it comes at the heart of something that I do, because partly I'm short, so I think it's of interest, personal interest as well. So one thing, it's not genetic. Okay, why and how we conclude that it's not genetic? I mean, this has been hanging around since the 1970s, and the WHO took, I think it took WHO about 20, 30 years to come up with a multi-growth reference study that identified 6 areas in the world, Scandinavian countries, in Africa, I think it was Ghana, in Asia, so 5 from each continent, to look at whether children have the same growth pattern or not, irrespective of where they live. And so they did a very controlled study. There were some exclusion criteria to ensure that other factors were not coming in and confounding it. But the conclusion of that study is that irrespective of where you are, children under 5 have the same growth potential. And if they deviate from that, it's because it's not an ideal home environment, and that's the term used. It deviates from an environment that allow them to meet their growth potential. So, and that led to the prescriptive growth standard that we follow, and when it's -2 standard deviations from that, we say it's stunted. Then we recently, in 2020, did a multi-country study, a global study, that was published in the JAMA Pediatrics, where we showed that altitude has an effect. Irrespective of your diet and the ideal home environment conditions being satisfied, we saw that for every 500 meters of altitude difference, then you would have a compromised growth. And we saw that that was linked to pregnancy primarily, living in a hypoxic condition where oxygen is limited. There is an adjustment, physiological adjustment to stay small to take up the limited oxygen you have. And what remains to be seen is whether it's leads to functional deficit or not, but we think that given it's related to hypoxic conditions and the need for oxygen to the brain, it might have as well functional issues. What to do? Well, you can't give them oxygen all the way during their pregnancy. You can't tell them to go down on the at a lower altitude. It's a bit complicated. And then, we had some fire back, but then if you just have to look at Colorado, which is high in altitude in the US, where people have a decent standard of living, but there you have 100-gram weight deficit at birth across centuries. And so maybe there's some explanation there. Just tell them that you came from a high altitude country.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. This is extremely interesting. So having birth at an altitude creates short children who become good runners.
Yes.
Thank you, Kaleab. Thank you, everybody. We will move on. And we will move on to the consumer. Yeah. We will move on to the consumer part. We have two presentations that are online, the first and third, and the second one is from here live. And I have the pleasure to introduce Valentino Marini Govigli. Buongiorno, Valentino. Welcome to you can hear me.
Morning,
and Valentino, he's a junior assistant professor at Department of Agri-Food Sciences from the University of Bologna. And just to remind you also, we have 20 minutes presentations. So go ahead.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction, and good morning, everyone. The presentation that I will deliver today is based on some of the findings of the Foodland projects, mainly focusing on the survey and the behavioral experiments that we have conducted in the 5 countries where the project is involved. And the presentation of today will focus on the consumer, urban consumer mainly, attitude towards new nutrition-dense local food products. So it's going to build on what the previous presenter has said, that nutrition choices are also based on behavioral characteristics of the consumer. And on that, we will present some of the findings that we have obtained through our experimental and survey activities. So the structure of the presentation is quite traditional. I will give a very brief introduction, given that the topic has been already well introduced by colleagues in former presentations, and then I will present our innovative set of methods that we have developed in the project Foodland, and then skim through some of the main results and relevant implications. So as I said, I'm not going to dig too much into this introductory text, but in general, we start from the status quo situation in which poor diets and malnutrition characterize many global food systems, especially in Africa, where we have this combination of undernourishment on one side and bad nutritional choices on the other side, which bring us a set of disease and condition that affects consumer in countries, in rural and urban areas. And the nutritional choices that are made at the household level are very relevant to prevent these malnutritional diseases and dysfunctions. And many projects, national intervention, as well as international governmental organization promotes a series of nutritional solutions that have been used to tackle malnutrition and poor and bad diets. And this includes, and we saw also a few of these in today's presentation, the development, implementation of technological innovations and new products development, such as, for instance, these legumes, nutrient-dense legume lines that have been developed in Tanzania. That can be awareness-raising campaign that focus on making the consumer more aware of the type of vegetables and fruits they need to intake every day in order to improve the nutritional performance of their diets, and then also the development of policy instruments that can be subsidies, that can be given to actor of the food value chain in order to enhance the production of nutritional dense product at farm level. The development of this intervention is good because it tackles the roots of malnutrition and poor diets condition, but also many of such actions imply a change in the consumer dietary habits and behavior. And behavioral intervention from previous studies are perceived by African stakeholders that play a relevant role in nutritional choices at different national level, as it has been studied by this article placed in the bottom part of the slides, emerge and are perceived as highly impactful, together with community and participatory approaches. This means that in order to tackle the roots of malnutrition and of poor diets in African country and conditions, we should develop operational intervention on the ground that are participated with the community and that can tackle series of deficiencies of the local food value chain, but we also should look at the behavioral side of the consumer, understand their preferences, understand their attitudes in order to better tailor this intervention to the different groups of consumers. Again, from previous studies, there are a series of predictors that emerge as important behavioral and attitudinal aspects that should be considered when developing nutritional interventions in local food systems. Some of them are food functionality, perceived food functionality and health impact, knowledge of the products, perceived cost, understanding the related benefits of the intervention, any phobias that can be based also on cultural or traditional context of the consumers, trust in the food industry, transparency, and confidence. And I have highlighted these last three because today's presentation will also focus on looking at these three and the role of trust in determining food choices and food related attitude of the consumer in selected African countries. So the main research objective of this line of research that we have conducted in the Work Package 2 of the project Foodland, one of the several research lines, is try to understand the attitudes of African urban consumers towards new food products, so food products that can be promoted at local level and that have specific characteristic of improving the diets because of their higher nutritional contents compared to what is already existing in the market. So this is the first objective. The second objective is identifying the determinants that can shape the propensity of the consumer to introduce such food products, and first and foremost, trust over the food value chain. And finally, identify a group of urban consumers that share similar food security, diets, and behavioral profiles in order to tailor to a more precise extent the nutritional recommendation that we are currently developing. Overall, the objective, which is one of the objectives also of the project, is to increase the capacity development for nutrition-sensitive value chain in the African context where we have operated. I'm going to briefly present you the approach that we have developed, which is quite innovative and I think is bringing interesting results it's bringing interesting results that we are currently discussing and formalizing in scientific articles. What we have done in the project Foodland is a combination of standardized surveys, which were directed to, in this case, urban consumers, as well as behavioral experiments that we have conducted with consumers in selected settings. Through the survey, we have collected the stated preferences and the characteristics of the household and related consumers, for instance, perceived and stated information on trusts, on cooperations, on risk preferences, and so on. But then we have paired this information with a series of behavioral precursors that we have collected through incentivized and randomized behavioral experiments that allow us also to back up the information that we have collected from the survey. Through the surveys that we have conducted in Tunisia, Morocco, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and currently also in Ethiopia, I'm not presenting the Ethiopia results because we had some delay due to the Tigray war, but results are coming in and will enrich also the finding from these presentations. We have collected information on food purchasing habitat decision, consumer preferences towards local and more nutrition foods, which is one of the key variables I will present in this presentation today. Individual dietary quality and household diet diversity indicators, similar to what the colleague from Addis Ababa University has presented for InnoFoodAfrica project, as well as social, economic, and demographic household information, and, as I said, stated preferences on social capital, trust, and risk attitudes of the urban consumers. The urban consumers were 500. The target was 500 per city. So as we have 12 cities, then you see that the overall data set is about 3,500 consumer, randomly stratified based on gender and age. And we decided to focus not just on women, but on overall consumer in this African city context, focusing on those that are, of course, responsible for food purchasing decision and practices. Together with the survey, we have also implemented a series of incentivized economic in-lab experiments, where, as I said, we collected information on the consumer revealed preferences on a series of behavioral precursors and variables. This includes trust towards producers and consumers association. And we have elicited the trust information through a trust game in which we have measured the level of trust of the consumer towards peers, so other consumers that were taking part of the in-lab experiment, but also consumer and producer association, which is a sort of a measurement of the trust that consumers have towards the local food value chain. And then we have also elicited risk attitudes and time preferences of consumer through risk and time elicitation games that are lotteries in which consumers, subject, in this case urban consumer, make a series of choices, and through the choices that they make, we are able to understand the risk and time preference profile of the consumer. A consumer might emerge more risk-averse or risk-taker, and as well, it might emerge as more patient or less patient towards a series of incentivized choices. And these are relevant precursors in our assessment because it indicates the willingness of the consumer to take risky choices as well as waiting for long-term benefits, which is associated with nutritional choices. These experiments were conducted online and we targeted 500 consumers in 5 cities. So it's a smaller subset, but linkable to the data sets emerging from the survey. So this is just a snapshot of how the experiments and survey activity were conducted in the field and in the lab in the different countries. Briefly moving into the sample, I'm going to give you a series of descriptive information from the sample before trying to reply to the 3 research questions that I posed at the beginning of this presentation. So overall, as I said, we focused on broadly urban consumers and we reached the target 50-50 sort of coverage of female and male consumers, more or less, with an average age of 38 years old and a cover of the sample that indicates that the majority of the sample across the 5 countries has attended some form of education, with the most frequent form of employment being self-employment. The average household size is about 5 members, and on average about 1.5 member of such households have a revenue. Although the revenue is lower than the average. This is in about 21% of the cases, so a large chunk of the observation, almost 1/3, the income level at household is lower than the global average and is perceived as being lower than the global average. And about 1/3 of the households spends more than half of their income on purchasing food. So we see a situation in which the majority of the income, or a substantial part of the income, is used in food purchasing activity, and therefore we are looking at mainly, and well, at least for 1/3 of the sample, subsistence type of economies. When we look at the purchasing decisions, so what are the factors that are perceived as most important when making purchasing? Price, for instance, emerges as the most important, and this links back to the income situation that I have previously described. But together with price, we have a series as well of information about the product, which includes the characteristics of the product, taste, aroma, color, shape, the availability of the product, so whether the product is available in local market or not, and as well the nutrition contents. So this indicates that the consumer, in the settings that we have explored, they have a sort of preferences towards products that can have a nutrition content that is in line with the diets that they follow at household level. We also have looked at the main food products lacking in the diets of the households. We also have assessed this through more precise indicator that I'm not presenting here due to the limited time. But overall, the products that are mainly lacking are oils, vegetables, and cereals across the 5 countries and settings that we have explored. So let's move into our first research questions. What is the consumer attitudes towards new food products? So we have asked in the survey a series of questions posed to the consumer in order to assess what their preferences towards the development of new food products lines. And in general, the propensity of consumer, the stated propensity of consumer to include a new food products in their diet is quite high, and consumer report high level of interest, which is on average 4.15 on a scale from 1 to 5. And generally, which is an interesting finding, is that the majority of the consumers in the setting that we have assessed consider their household diets as moderately healthy, about 3.5 on a scale to 5. And as you see from, is not presented here, sorry for that, but this figure is quite homogeneous across the settings, so there are not huge deviation between countries and cities. We also have looked at the attitudes of a series of additional reasons on why adopting and selecting new food products that can provide a higher nutritional content to the consumer diets. And the main reported reason for selecting such products are the possibility of enhancing the healthiness of the diet, doctor recommendations, and affordability. And the main reported obstacles are price and food safety. So on one side, we can see that consumers are willing to change their diet, including more nutrition products, because of they want to enhance their healthiness of local diets, and because of possible recommendation that can emerge from trustful players, such as, for instance, doctor. But then such products needs to be affordable for them, so price is an important can be an important obstacle for purchasing selected high nutritional products, and of course they should guarantee safety in terms of the content of the food products. Moving into the second questions, which is about what are the main determinants of consumer innovation adoption, and is trust playing a sort of role in shaping the willingness of consumers to adopt nutrition-based innovations. Through an econometric approach, we have looked at that. So we have looked at whether trust on local food operators, individual and household level, so either trust on vertical trust, so over players of the food value chain, but also horizontal trust, trust measured between peers. And having as dependent variable the stated propensity of consumer to choose a new nutrient-dense food products. The results from this analysis confirm that trust has an effect on the adoption, the willingness of consumers to adopt new nutrition-based innovations, and which are shown in this very complex table that for sake of time, I'm not going to go in the detail of it, but in general, what emerged from this assessment that overall at cross-country level, vertical and horizontal trust are significant predictors of the consumer individual propensity to innovate their diet. The higher the trust, the higher is the propensity of consumer to choose and opt for higher nutritional innovations that can be promoted at local level in the local markets. Of course, vertical and horizontal trust are not the unique predictors that emerge as significant. There are a series of other predictors that are in line also with literature and former studies that includes the purchasing behavior of the consumer's individual perception of the healthiness of their diet, the consumer income level, and the household size. This is a relevant insight because it can allow us and allows also policymakers when distributing and implementing new nutrient-dense products of focusing as well on trust as a key element that should be considered and promoted. For instance, through a campaign that can showcase the players that are producing the foods in order to enhance transparency and also trust over the food supplier and food retailers in the local markets. Finally, the final set of questions that we are tried to answer was whether, once we understood the variety of profiles of the urban consumer in the different settings, is whether we can group them accordingly to similar diets and behavioral profiles. Why grouping consumers from different countries? Because through that we can develop and tailor nutritional recommendations that are ad hoc to these different consumer groups and are not just disseminated overall. And so we try to profile the urban consumer accordingly, not just to their food security and diets, using diet indicators as similar to what have been presented by previous presenter, but also looking at the behavioral profile of these consumers through the information collected through our experiments. So for instance, are the consumer risk averse? Are the consumer patient? Are the consumer trustful? And so on. And through that, we were able to derive and identify a series of groups of consumers that can allow us to then better tailor the nutritional recommendation that had been developed at the national level as presented by Professor Wambui in her former presentation. So to develop and disseminate nutritional recommendations that are tailored to the complexity and the heterogeneity of the consumer food condition and behavioral traits. To conclude, our results reveal the variety of factors that affect the nutritional relevant decision-making of consumers. And looking back at our 3 questions, we saw that consumers are more likely to modify their diet in favor of nutritional products if the food item is reasonably priced and guarantees a high standard of food safety, as endorsed by local or national nutrition experts. Also, we identified that trust plays a relevant role in the consumer propensity to make healthier food choices. When we develop nutritional sensitive value chain, therefore, we should take this factor into consideration. And the development of such value chain should be paired to information and awareness raising campaign, focusing on the variety of end user present in the local study context, including literates, but also illiterates consumers. And finally, we also have appreciated the diversity of behavioral and dietary profiles of urban consumer in the sample city, which suggests that any recommendation aimed at fighting malnutrition should be shaped by the complexity and heterogeneity of the consumer conditions. This is all from my side. Sorry for being over 2 minutes, but thank you.
Okay, grazie mille, Valentino. And we move on since the questions are in the end of this session. So I would like to ask Riette De Kock to come over here. Riette, are you alone or with Paula? You are, okay, you both are here. Riette has been in InnoFoodAfrica and Paula as well. And so consumer attitude towards the new food production prototypes developed in InnoFoodAfrica. And again, 20 minutes also for you together.
So I'm Riette De Kock. I'm from the University of Pretoria in South Africa, and looking forward to present to you, and it's complementary to the previous speaker, our studies on consumer attitudes towards new food product prototypes as introduced by Naushad earlier this morning, developed as part of InnoFoodAfrica project, and with me is Ingun that will also take part in the presentation. So just as background, InnoFoodAfrica is very interested in the total food value chain and focusing on the products or the food crops that you see at the bottom. And we use technologies to then make some novel new food products that we want to introduce in the countries of interest. And very important is consumers' attitudes towards these concepts, these new product concepts. And for us also, what are the motives and the drivers when people make choices of food products? So we are going to present on the motives that drive food choices, and we know that there are many things that influence what we choose to eat. And we also know that there are similarities and differences in different countries. So we were specifically interested in looking at contrast between European countries and African countries. And I also need to mention that a lot of the instruments that are developed to study food choice drivers in different countries were developed in Europe and are applied in Europe. The novel contribution in our project is that we've adapted these instruments to the consumers in the African countries, and specifically used the consumers in African countries to develop our instruments. So we were then measuring consumers' attitudes towards products or product concepts that are developed as part of the project. So we also conducted an online questionnaire study, cross-cultural study in the 4 African countries. That's South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia. But we also collected the same information in France, Norway, and Finland. So the structure of our questionnaire and the parts that were included in our questionnaire consisted of statements to which respondents responded. So to measure food choice drivers, so there were 39 statements. We collected information about demographics, so gender, age, income, education level, buying and cooking responsibilities, and then also children in the household, because some of our products are directly aimed towards children and mothers with children. We also looked at motivations for replacing wheat in the diet, because that was a particular interest, replacing wheat then with the African crops, and then attitudes or dispositions towards the new products that were presented to consumers as concepts, so descriptions of concepts. And Ingun will tell you more about the results.
Thank you. Does this work? Yes, so first about the consumer sample. We had a bit more than 3,700 consumers for all the countries, approximately 500 for each country. We had to do the data collection in Ethiopia twice because we had problems getting enough respondents. In Ethiopia, the data is not gender balanced, but for the other countries, it's quite balanced. And not surprisingly, there were a high proportion of the respondents that have children in the African countries, and they also have more children. For simplicity, the data has been split in 2 age groups, above and below 30. So the bid for this data collection was adults up to 45. And in Ethiopia, Kenya, and South Africa, it's quite evenly distributed. In Uganda, a slightly younger population, and in the European countries, a bit older in the respondents. In total, 63% of the sample have a university education, but it's quite variable between the different countries, from 43 to 78%. And this is not a country representative sample. So in Finland, it's a bit below kind of the real level, whereas in the African countries, it's higher than the real level. But we selected an urban population, so it's not that unexpected. We want to know a bit about the socioeconomic status, and instead of asking about the income, we asked about the perceived income. And the question was like, would you say that your household's combined income is way too low to make ends meet, too low to make ends meet, just enough, more than high enough, and way more than high enough to make ends meet? And in this figure, we have simplified to 3 categories: too little, just enough, and excess. And as you can see in Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, it's quite high proportions which report too little. And in South Africa and the European countries, it's quite symmetric, and the highest proportion is in this just enough. And this makes kind of sense regarding what we saw in previous presentations, that undernutrition is more common in Ethiopia, for instance. We also asked about food responsibilities, and in your household, who is responsible for buying and or preparing food? And there were these 3 options. And in the figure, we see the proportion that has said that I am the main responsible, and the difference between females and males. So when it comes to buying, the proportions are quite similar for the 2 gender. But when it comes to preparation, in Africa, it's clearly that it's the females that do the preparation. Not surprisingly either. And when it's come to this buying, we cannot really know, like, if they actually go into the store and buy things, or if it's like they respond like, I am responsible for getting the money to buy the foods. As Riette mentioned, we asked about possible motivations for replacing wheat. So the respondents were provided a text which highlighted like reasons to replace wheat flour, the expenses and the situation in Ukraine, and that this project is about use of crops that grow in African climates. And they were asked to say about like how much they agree on replacing wheats. So there were 7 different questions, and the variation, like in the scale, is not very big between the different countries. It's significantly different, but as you can see, it's from, for instance, 6.2. 5.4, so it's not like it's huge difference between the countries. But to not go too deep into the numbers, I've shown 1 example, and we see here that in the African countries, at least Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, the interest is quite slightly higher than in Europe and South Africa. And we also see that there is some gender differences. So females are more positive to these questions than the males. Furthermore, we see that people with a higher perceived income is more positive, also those that have children and a university education. But as mentioned, we don't see like huge differences between the people here. So now to the products that was developed as a part of the InnoFoodAfrica project. There were 15 different products that were described for the respondents, so they didn't see the pictures or they didn't test any products, it was only this description. The products are quite different. It's different types of products and different types of raw materials. And some of them kind of were highlighted like the nutritional content, and some like the ready-to-eat and convenience pre-cooked products, and some were mentioned that were targeted for children. And then there was also one meat replacer. So this category is kind of made after the data collection. And when we look at the overall interest in these products, we again see that the African countries are a bit higher than the European countries. And also in Africa, or some of the African countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, we see a clear gender difference. But now the males have a higher interest than the females, which is a bit opposite of what we saw on the previous question. This could perhaps be related to that females do the actual cooking, so they are more like do what they know from before and less interested in the new products. It's also a generally higher interest for consumers with children, especially in Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, and Norway. And the children effects seem to be a bit larger for males. And also in South Africa and European countries, there's a tendency that the younger age group have more interest. So if we look into the different products, the least liked product is this one, which is the meat replacer. And the most liked product is the bread. The difference between the least and most liked is not very big. This is 4.4 and this is 5.1. And in this range, it's like these pastas and alternative grains for cereals and breads. Here we have these porridges and ready-to-eat pre-cooked and the children products. And as mentioned, the meat replacer. But we see that there are some interactions with products and other factors. And in particular, we have differences related to country, gender, if they have children, and the age group. So I will only discuss these that are highlighted because of the time schedule. So this seems a bit complicated, but here we have these different colors are the different countries. And in this N, we have the products targeted for children. And here we see a clear deviation between the African and European countries. We also see that on these two products, which is the finger millet cereal, and this is also a porridge. So we see some clear differences between Africa and Europe. And we also see that Ethiopia is a bit different from the other countries, with very much higher interest in this meat replacer, and also this pasta enriched with teff, and this bread with alternative flours. And these differences, and here we also see this, that people with children are more interested in this product targeted for children, which is a good result as they were targeted for the children. And finally, this is a PCA plot showing this interest. So here we have the scores showing the products. And this is kind of how the averages for the different countries go into this plot. So here we have the different pastas and different products where there's a replacement of wheat. And you see all the European countries go in this direction. And here we have these porridges and other products targeted for children. And in particular, Kenya and Uganda is in this direction. These products are the convenience product and ready-to-eat products. And this is kind of a bit opposite of the Ethiopia so they have kind of a lower preference or interest in these products. So to summarize, from the methodological perspective, we have this asking for perceived income, which is, I think, a new way of considering this. We observe that the women have more responsibility in Africa when coming to food preparations. And these product prototypes had a higher interest in African countries, but we see very clear product effects related to country and gender and if they have children. And finally, it seems from this data, in the way the products are described, it seems that it's the product category that is more important than which type of flour or grain that is used. Because in Europe, it was pasta and bread with wheat replacement that were kind of most interest. And this has to be, it's related to the familiarity of the products. The African countries were the porridges and these more convenient products. And South Africa were more similar to the European countries. And Ethiopia were a bit different from the rest. So with that, I will say thanks for the attention, both from me and Riette. And we will be happy to answer any question, and also like to thank all the collaborators in the project. And the picture on the first slide was not of me. It's a friend that never worked in food science.
Okay, thank you so much, and thanks for keeping the time so well. And there are certainly many questions, but we'll just wait for the final presentations and then we go. So we should have online Consolata Musita and from the Alliance Biodiversity. So it's always difficult to pronounce this, at CIAT, probably from Rome this time, but I'm not really sure from where. Consolata, are you there? At least I can see your initials, CM, here. So that makes me hopeful.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
You're there. Welcome to the air, and greetings from Finland.
Nairobi.
Not very cold this time, only 0 degrees.
Okay.
So, welcome, and your presentation is Stimulating Consumer Demand for Sustainable Healthy Diets, a key step in food system transformation. And please keep in mind 20-minute presentation, and then we go for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you so much. So because of time, I'll jump right into the presentation. I'm Consolata Musita, but representing Dr. Celine Tamote, who is the work package 2 lead for the nutrition work package in Healthy FoodAfrica. So I will be presenting on this particular topic titled Stimulating Consumer Demand for Sustainable Healthy Diets, a key step in food systems transformation. The outline of the presentation, I'll do a little bit of an introduction on the current food systems in Africa, the challenges and the opportunities, and then what is the role. We'll also present a little bit on the role of the consumer. And then I present on the Healthy FoodAfrica project, which is HFA project, in terms of the goal and objective of the nutrition work package, which is work package 2, and what work package 2 is doing in terms of making the project nutrition sensitive, especially focusing on consumer demand and awareness creation to demand for healthy diets. And then we'll finalize with the next steps and conclusion. So just a little bit of an introduction on the key challenges that are being experienced in terms of the food systems in Africa. And maybe globally, we have poor quality diets that are key drivers for all forms of malnutrition. This has already been mentioned before by the previous presenters, so I'll not go into details. But we've realized that healthy diets are unaffordable for many people. and food systems impact diets, hence nutrition outcomes. But then again, food systems are complex and they involve a wide range of activities and actors, with the consumer being at the center of the food system. Because all these things we do, production, value chain, all the value chains things we do, we are looking at the consumer as the person at the center of focus. So currently our food systems in Africa do not lead to healthy diets. We've seen all these challenges of malnutrition in Africa, which is a concern. The previous presenters have presented some of the statistics, and from the Global Nutrition Report of 2020, we can see some of these worrying statistics also in terms of stunting, wasting, overweight, minimum dietary diversity, which has been mentioned before, minimum acceptable diet, especially in children, is really low. And when you look at adults, again, if you focus on women of reproductive age, issues to do with anemia, issues to do with non-communicable diseases, for instance, diabetes, obesity, are on the rise. So all these things are being brought up by the dysfunctional food systems that we are currently experiencing, especially in the African continent. Apart from the diet perspective, also the food systems challenges include things to do with environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, especially with excessive use of chemicals, which account for a high percentage of greenhouse gas emissions. In addition to that, we have all these forms of inequalities that come up as a result of the challenges in the food system, things to do with physical access to healthy diets, affordability issues, where we have high cost of nutritious foods, things to do with food safety and quality, food marketing and promotion, all these inequalities coming up and, summing up into challenges that actually lead to dysfunctional food systems that actually now impact on nutrition outcomes, especially for the most vulnerable groups, which are children under the age of 2 and women of reproductive age. But then, apart from the challenges, we still have the opportunities in our food systems to increase supply and productivity and sustainability of the food we produce. We also have an opportunity to increase incomes, jobs, and livelihoods, which in turn help promote nutrition. We also have an opportunity to decrease the inequalities that I've mentioned before in the previous slides. But then putting all this together, we've realized that it is not enough to do this. Why it's not enough? We are saying it is important to look at the food system from a whole one lens, in terms of you don't improve one aspect and in the return you're actually decreasing or impacting negatively on another aspect. So we look at the food systems as a whole, and that is why we're also focusing on the consumer. So what is the role of the consumer in transforming the food systems that we are always talking about? As we may all know that consumer choices regarding food acquisition, preparation, consumption actually determine how the consumer will interact with the food environment. And these consumer choices will impact then on their diet. And this plays a significant role in the food system, because if the consumer is able to demand for nutritious food, then the food system will have to adapt in a way that actually we have to supply nutritious food, so that this consumer who is demanding nutritious food can be able to get this nutritious food. So the consumer has really a key role to play in transforming the food systems for the better. Therefore, we are saying if we empower our consumers to demand healthier diets, we have an opportunity to transform food systems towards consumption of healthy diets. And we can empower our consumer through many interventions, one of them being behavior change communication, which is actually necessary to transform the choices of the consumer, the patterns of the consumer, and their habits towards the food and the diets they consume. So in Healthy Food Africa, just a little bit of introduction to those who may not really know what Healthy Food Africa project is all about. The Healthy FoodAfrica project is working to improve diets by reconnecting food production and food consumption in effective ways. So we are looking at the whole food system from production to consumption. How then can we be able to reconnect the production side to the consumption side? We are working in 6 African countries, that is Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Zambia, Ghana, and Benin, in 10 cities, which we call food system labs. Particularly today, I'll be speaking from the work package 2 perspective, which is food consumption and healthy nutrition. And in work package 2, we focus on achieving the main goal of the project actually, which is to transform the food system towards healthier consumption. I've already mentioned this. Our focus in work package 2 is nutrition sensitive approaches accompanied by nutrition education and awareness creation in order to increase demand for nutritious food, as we've already seen previously the role of the consumer in ensuring that the food system is transformed. So how do we do it in Healthy Food Africa in terms of creating demand, stimulating demand from the consumer side to ensure that the food system is actually working? Healthy Food Africa, we have approached this in a way that we have come up with nutrition education materials and strategies for different food system labs in the different countries, in the different cities. And we use all these strategies to enhance consumer awareness and therefore improve demand for nutritious foods. But we just didn't sit down in the office and say, you know, Benin needs this type of materials, Ghana needs this type of materials. We approach this using a co-creation approach. So why this co-creation process? Because co-creation brings together different stakeholders and ensures participation of all the stakeholders to get the different ideas when you're developing all these nutrition education materials that you want to create to help the consumer understand and therefore demand the nutritious foods that you're intending. We also make sure that we develop these materials in a context-specific way, and we locally adapted these materials to address the specific needs of the FSLs, and therefore this also creates ownership. So briefly, I'll just take us through the process of how we reached to the development of the materials. First of all, the first phase, we started with baseline data collection. We supported the different food system labs to collect data from the different target groups that they are targeting on. So this was conducted in all the FSLs, and the aim of this data collection process was to understand the existing food consumption practices and determinants of food choices. And then the data was collected based on the context of the FSLs, as I've already mentioned, in terms of the target where we had women of reproductive age, children, and school children. Once we understand now the existing current situation, you are able to understand what next in terms of development of these materials. So those are just some of the data collection activities that were carried out in the project in the different food system labs. The second phase after data collection, of course, with the data analysis and coming up with reports from the different food system labs, we conducted co-creation workshops in several of the food system labs. And these co-creation workshops brought together a number of stakeholders in the nutrition space, ranging from the ministries of health, ministries of agriculture, the non-governmental organizations that existed in the different FSLs, the community-based organizations, CSOs, etc. And in these co-creation workshops, what happened is we first of all collected all the existing nutrition education materials in the different food system labs, both physical copies and soft copies. And we presented the baseline findings from the reports to the stakeholders so that they're able to understand the situation in their regions. And then we identified the specific context-specific food system lab needs based on the findings and also on panel discussion, group discussions. And then from the list of the nutrition education materials that we collected, we had these stakeholders help us review each and every nutrition education material and the strategy. that was existing in their food system lab. They were able to identify gaps and the strengths and also suggested ways on improving. And from these insights, we are now able to develop the nutrition context-specific materials and key messages based on the insights from the workshop. So some of the photos there show some of the workshops that we conducted in the various countries. So some of the highlights from the co-creation workshop that came out, we did a review of a total of 99 nutrition education materials existing in the different countries where the project is working. And we noticed that a lot of nutrition education materials actually exist, you know, ranging from posters, brochures, dialogue cards, etc. But they just needed to be improved. There was really no need of reinventing the wheel. So these materials existed, but what needed was to fill the existing gaps and challenges in order to actually now contextualize these materials to meet the needs that actually came from the baseline. Some of the materials also contain too much text. This is what we got from the stakeholders. And looking at the target population, we needed to do a lot of simplicity, use more images. Some of the food pictures that were used were not really identifiable to the target population, so we needed to put more pictures that are identified, especially of local foods. And one of the things that was also coming up was that access to the material was a bit of a challenge in most of the countries. They were saying most of these materials are there, but you will find them in government shelves. They do not actually reach us. And then from the review process, also some aspects were found missing, especially things to do with food safety, physical activity, gender issues, especially male involvement, things to do with active feeding for infants and young children. And then all these issues we considered in the final strategies and the materials that we developed. So after the phase of the workshops, we went to the third phase, which is now finalizing the materials based on the insights from the workshops, but also adapting content and images from various resources, like the Ministry of Health from the different countries, the food-based dietary guidelines of those countries that have the food-based dietary guidelines, resources from WHO, resources from FAO and UNICEF, etc. Also images, some images were downloaded from the internet. Once we did this, we shared the final drafts to the FSLs for their final review and input and feedback. And then once we consolidated all this feedback, we were able to come up with the final versions, which we shared to the different food system labs for printing before use. So we've developed a total of 24 nutrition education materials ranging from posters, flyers, brochures, etc. Against this was also based on the budgetary allocations that actually also guided in what kind of material to produce. For one food system lab, we also produced messages for mobile phone technology, which is a strategy that they're using in the food system lab. So the messages targeted the different groups. We have women of reproductive age, caregivers of children under 23 months, school children, and also materials just for the general population, with messages focusing on nutrition in pregnancy and lactation, complementary feeding, fruit and vegetable consumption, especially for school children, healthy snacking for school children, and dietary diversity for the general population. So those are just samples of the nutrition education materials that we've provided. So we've developed so far from the Healthy FoodAfrica project. We have a whole list in our inventory. If you want to see some of these materials, you can get to our website and see some of the materials. As you can notice, we have these materials in the local languages, also some in English, and we've used pictures of foods that are actually identifiable to the local population. So those are just some of the sample education materials. So after the materials were produced and designed and printed, we now went ahead and trained the different stakeholder groups in how to use these materials in order to now disseminate the information to the community. So we trained the community-owned resource persons in the different food system labs, who range from community health volunteers, village extension agents, extension officers, CBO representative, youth ambassadors, etc., on how to be able to use these materials in order to disseminate the correct message to their communities. After the training came the implementation phase, which is actually still ongoing right now in the different food system labs. So the community-owned resource persons that we've trained are now using the materials that we gave them to do nutrition education using the different strategies that were agreed upon during the workshops, including home visits, group counseling sessions, outreaches, community dialogues, community meetings, cooking demonstrations, radio talk shows. This depends on the context of the food system lab. So not one food system lab is using all these strategies. So there are different strategies based on the food system lab needs and also budgetary allocations. So far, more than 10,000 people have been reached in the different food system labs. This is excluding radio, with nutrition messages as of last year when we got this number. So we are still updating. We'll have more numbers coming in. So those are just some of the implementation activities ongoing in the different food system labs, including a cooking demonstration and feeding children from the enriched porridges based on what we've trained the community-owned resource persons. So what are the next steps in terms of work package 2 and nutrition, to be specific? After all this activity, we plan to do an end-line evaluation to just assess the impact of all these activities, and we'll do this through quantitative and qualitative assessments in the different food system labs to assess the impact. So we are saying after all this is that consumers can be encouraged to demand for healthy and nutritious foods in the environments, thus enhancing their knowledge and awareness on healthy diets. And adopting a cooperation process is key. So we shouldn't do these things, separately. You have to include all stakeholders when you're developing all these materials, to be able to get the context-specific situation and ideas from the different stakeholders. So adopting a cooperation process is important when you're creating these materials and strategies to ensure that they are context-specific and meet the needs of the users. So thank you so much. I know I rushed because of time, but I hope I didn't extend the 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Consolata. Wonderful. Hope you stay also online, so that if there are any questions to you, then that will be fine. We have the InnoFood presentators are of course here. So would you like to come still to the front, and the others will remain online. Any questions? Now we are dealing with the consumer attitudes and likings and dislikings and motives in terms of a healthier and more varied diet. Any questions? Let me ask you one. I was excited about that you used the perceived income adequacy, or whatever you would like to call. We have, in fact, we have a manuscript where we use the same, and we were the referees, of course, asked us why we used that, and so we were dealing with Finland, and in different areas, the structures of expenses are, of course, different, very different. So the cost of living, the cost of transportation. Why did you use that? I mean, I don't say it's wrong. I think it's nice and maybe much better than the absolute income.
Yes, we were very aware that absolute income is probably not comparable in the different countries, and specifically also because we were comparing many different countries. So we opted for choosing or asking the question in a different way, so that it's an assessment of your own perception of your income level. And we used the phrase to make ends meet. So depending on your personal situation and your household situation as well.
Yeah, the distribution that you showed was a little bit different that we got. We got still more in the classes 4 and 5 than you got, but that may depend on the question that you are asking.
And also obviously the nature of the consumers that you target and recruit for your study.
Yeah, that's right. But that's interesting. In some studies, they sometimes use so that they try to adjust the income to the country level, and for instance, divide people to 4 groups and so on. But I think that was a pretty good and interesting.
I mean,
choice.
socio-economic status is such a complex issue.
Right.
So it's more than income, it's disposable income and what you can do with what you have available. It's often not income, money per se.
Okay, anything else about the consumer attitudes and motives and so on? Yes.
Okay, thank you. My question goes to Consolata. I don't know if she's still online.
She seems to be online.
Yes. I'm looking at the consumption in the food atlas that she has displayed. And one of the things that comes to my mind is that the consumer pattern mostly is influenced by the availability of the food to the people. So sometimes based on where somebody is and their economic power to purchase, they ought to consume what is just locally available. And I'm wondering, did she consider the zoning of the different consumers based on where they are in terms of nutrition and what is available? And also, if I have to use the current scenario in Kenya, we have what we call the community health workers, who I have a feeling they could be very important in the co-creation of the material and the final dissemination of this information to consumers in terms of balancing the diet and so on. So it's just a suggestion that could help them to enhance what they are doing. Yeah.
All right, Consolata, did you hear the question?
Yes, thank you. I had maybe it was more of a recommendation than a question, which is positively taken. But yes, when we were developing these materials, for example, for the Kenyan context, we are working in the urban informal settlements. So we specifically, for example, used foods that are available in that informal settlement. So yes, we targeted consumers, but then I guessed on their setting or zoning, as you say. Thank you.
Okay, Ndegwa.
Thank you. My question goes to Valentino. And thank you for the presentation. And one of the things that I took note of is you said that price and food safety limit the purchase power for innovative products. And I just wanted to just understand, so how the consumers defined their assessment of the food safety. How do they, how did you help them understand what you mean by food safety, or how did, because food safety is a complex process that is affected by, on several levels, from policy, regulation, implementation, the capacity of the country, and where, of course, you purchase the product. So how did you work with this?
Thank you for the question. Actually, this was based on statements. So we collected evidence on several factors that play a role in shaping the choices of consumer towards nutritional products, but unfortunately we do not have additional information on the specific information that we listed there. So I agree with you that food safety is a rather complex issue that cannot be summarized by just a statement, but we do have some information on the level of trust of the consumers towards actor within the food value chain. That includes also controllers and distributors and so on. So perhaps what we could do is to cross-check the consumers that rated the most health safety issue with the trust they have on certain food value chain players, and then see whether there is a relation. But in the survey we had concise definitions and of this statement, but nothing more than that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
And if I may add a comment, Michael, related to what you said before with the colleagues from InnoFoodAfrica.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, in our measurement, we also had that variable, but we also had the variable based on local income level, because we tried to see which one worked best. And actually, when we then compared the data, we didn't see any correlation between the two, and especially the one that was based on local currency income level. In certain context, consumer preferred not to reply to that, or gave completely random responses because they didn't want to show their level of income based on real currency. So maybe this is another element suggesting that the other measurement is more correct and more suitable for this type of studies.
Okay,
at least in our.
That's interesting. We try to correlate the perceived income adequacy with the OECD household size adjusted income. It was 0.62 or something like that. So it correlated pretty well, but it may be very country specific and culture specific how the perceived income adequacy work. Okay, let's go ahead.
My question goes to Riette and Ingun. There is one interesting result among all the other good results also. The meat replacer products. In Ethiopia, okay, could be a specific reason why they are more liked, but is there any explanation why they are not liked in the rest of the African countries? Is it awareness or?
I'm sure you are going to help us with that interpretation.
Not specific. For the Ethiopia, I may explain a bit, yes, but not for the other African countries.
Oh, okay. So your question is really
why it's not liked in the rest of the other, yeah.
I think generally meat replacers are not well liked. It's very, well, I don't know about this one, but you know, it was not with any tasting, and very often these meat replacers have some like bitterness things and beaniness things from the raw material. And also it was least liked in South Africa.
Yes.
So maybe vegetarianism is not that prevalent yet.
We as part of InnoFoodAfrica, we also have a specific project in South Africa focusing on meat replacers. And I think the aspirational view of meat consumption is very important in many African countries. So I would explain it at this stage. We are a meat, South Africa and many African countries the consumers aspire to be consuming meat.
I think it would be the same for many other countries, even in Europe. If it would be president, what I really want to eat, it would be meat. But because of my awareness of that it's not healthy and things, and I choose for the plant-based. Maybe it could be an awareness level of, yeah.
But could it be awareness, the strength or weakness of the awareness of the climate change, for instance, environmental issue, that in some other parts of the world there has been more discussion, and in some other parts of the world much less?
It's that, but I think if you compare a country, many countries in Africa as well, many parts of the country is only suitable for animal rearing, not crop production. So that's part of it. I mean, I was looking at the results for Uganda and vegetable consumption, fruit and vegetable consumption in Uganda year round. There are lots of vegetables available all over in the street. A lot of those vegetables are spoiled because of limited processing, and that is very different from other countries in Africa as well.
All right, anything else? Final question.
Thank you. So for all the presenters, did you have any industry or private sector partners already in your particular project? Did you communicate with them about the results? Or if you didn't have, what's the plan now to communicate about these results to the private sector partners or private sector actors and food processors in your relevant areas about the results? What do you have about the consumer behavior and how now that the industry can now target and use this data?
I can only speak for InnoFoodAfrica project, so we've got some industry partners as part of the project, but there's a very clear role of involving industry as stakeholders. As I mentioned, the whole value chain is part of the stakeholder mapping. So the idea really to go from crop production all the way processing to consumer adoption is our focus.
Valentino, Consolata, do you want to add anything?
Yes, if I can. I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in Finland, we do have a private actor involved in the project, so SMEs, and we do have retailers as an advisor of the project. Of course, as I said during the presentation, we use this finding to better tailor the nutritional recommendation that, for instance, Professor Wambui presented. So we used this information to then better to deliver and derive more suitable and more effective nutritional recommendations. And of course, the information on the nutritional potential and willingness to be adopted by the consumers is also then transferred to the partners that are developing the innovations within the project, so that they know which specific consumer segment can be the one to focus any dissemination campaign of the product line.
All right. Thank you so much. We have had a very interesting morning. We've been listening to different science results. So we've been deep into theories. Now it's time for practice, food in practice, and that means lunch. Remember the dietary diversity. It should be no problems during the next hour. Thank you so much, and have a good appetite.
All right.
Thank you. So please take a seat. We in InnoFoodAfrica have used to be very sort of prompt and punctual when it comes to timetables. So we are starting exactly at 2:00 p.m. So Dr. Fred, please.
Thank you, Raija. Yes, my name is Fred Stoddard. I am a crop scientist and food scientist, and I do a wide range of things sitting on the boundary between crops and food. I'm in the Department of Agricultural Sciences at the University of Helsinki. I've been here for about 18 years, and I've been part of the InnoFoodAfrica project since its inception. So I'm here to chair the session, and we have one talk from each of the three projects, I believe. And I'm also here to give one of the talks. So I will now take off my chairman's hat, which you can't see, and put on my speaker's hat, which you also can't see, to tell you to give you some of the insights about our InnoFoodAfrica program, which I think has been a great success and has certainly changed my way of seeing the world. We decided to call this Enhancing the Production of Climate-Smart Local Crops. And insights from our IFA, Farmer Participatory Research. Okay, you want me to use that one?
All right, yeah, it is a bit easier. I'm a tall person with a loud voice, and I'm used to sort of shouting to reach the back of the room, but that doesn't work when we have people online, does it? Ndegwa and I have put this talk together. So, this morning, a couple of points have been raised. They were also raised in the IFA talk, the IFA meeting over the last couple of days about the amount of starch and fat in people's diets. And we've also heard about the different diets in our different countries. And I think this graph here that I put together at the start of IFA, it tells us a lot. The green bands are the cereals. Look at Ethiopia. Huge investment of land on cereals. Cereals, pulses, oil crops. There's hardly anything there for roots and tubers or fruits and vegetables. Now, that tells us a lot about the supply of diverse foods. Look at Uganda there at the bottom. That black zone is the roots and tubers. The bright blue one is the fruit and vegetables. Okay, right. There are other problems in that food system, but there is a lot of production of food diversity in that climate that is not happening. Certainly not happening in Ethiopia, and then of course the other two are someplace between. Average yield per hectare, of course, that varies widely as well, but let's just look at the use of arable land for a moment. One of our starting points in this project was that, as Danny mentioned earlier today, there's a huge yield gap. Farmers do not achieve the yield that could be achieved, and one of the reasons that yields are not being achieved is the very, very low uptake of modern high-yielding cultivars. In this chart, we see from Ethiopia that the area sown to improved lines of teff is a very small fraction of the area sown to teff. Sorghum, we can't even see it. Faba bean, we can hardly see it. Soybean, we really can't see it. So the uptake of modern cultivars is very low. Why is that? That's a rhetorical question. Dare I try again? Yes, okay. It's the voice from beyond. One of the quotes that Ndegwa got very early in this project was about doing research with farmers, not for farmers, being a line from a smallholder farmer. And what we have here in the picture is one of our Ethiopian farmers who was involved in the teff evaluations, and she decided on her own that she was going to do the same thing with faba bean, and she wanted to show us her faba bean plots where she was doing some interesting things. So she was taking the ideas from one thing and moving them into another on her own initiative. So we set up to do farmer participatory research in this project. The idea came at the start of the project from Africa Harvest, I understand, and we really liked the idea, and so I will now give you some of the success stories that have come out of this. I'll start by telling you a little bit about how it worked, and then walk you through some of these success stories. So we start off with a needs assessment. What are the local problems? What can we do about them? Will we try a different range of cultivars and a different range of inputs, for example? Design some demonstrations, some interactions. And then we go to the first phase of farmer participatory research, where things happen on farms with farmers involved to say so they can see how things work, what they like. This focuses things down at stage 2 to do a fewer things better, and then further focused in stage 3, and then with some the ripples spread out to other farmers in what we call mother and baby trials, and finally some kind of scale up. So that's the idea behind the FPR. We engaged a number of groups in our different countries, and many of these groups were already in existence, some of them in existence through several international projects. The groups knew each other, and they knew how to interact with projects to get what they need out of it. You've already seen this slide from Naushad. I have added some details here about where we investigated these crops. Bambara in South Africa only, cowpea in Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa, orange flesh sweet potato also in 3 countries, faba only in Ethiopia because it is a staple there, and so on. Now, our target was climate smart indigenous crops. Maize, of course, is not indigenous. It originates in Central and South America, but the rest of them are reasonably old world crops that have been in Africa for a long time. I will start with an example of amaranth. This was one of is one of my favorite stories. It was being tested in Western Kenya, in the region of Busia. In round 1, there were different fertilizer treatments, and the farmers noticed that when they applied synthetic fertilizer, they got plants with huge heads of seeds, but rather weak stems. And when they used manure, they got plants with robust stems that would stand anything, but not very many seeds on the heads. So the farmers said, let's try half and half. And the crop scientist here said, yippee! We're recycling nutrients and then topping them up, because there isn't enough manure to go around. I'm sorry, there isn't. If we're going to fertilize crops, we need to have some balance of recycled nutrients plus new input. So the combination, and then micronutrients were added in a foliar treatment, a long list of 7 or 8 elements that are often in limiting supply. So a triple fertilization that gives the plant everything it needs, and the cultivar Terere Smart was the top yielder. But you see at the back of the plot, plants that are the size of people, and you see in the front of the picture, little weedy things that, yeah, it leaps off the page at you. That there is a many-fold difference in yield potential here from giving the plants what they need, and a certain amount from the choice of the right cultivar. There's an example of what a full head of amaranth looks like. There's a lot of seeds there. The seed has a good amino acid composition, a well-balanced amino acid composition. The leaves are a traditional green vegetable. Not so much in that region, I understand, but not too far away, so the farmers recognize them as being a spinach-type vegetable. What we established fairly quickly, though, was that two different cultivars were needed. One to provide the leaves. They didn't like the seeds from that one. One to provide the seeds. They didn't like the leaves from that one. A young mother in the group told us how, in her opinion, and in the opinion of the other young mothers in the village, the improvement in her nutrition, she didn't use those words, but that was the concept, the improvement in her nutrition and health from having more of this protein, the amaranth leaves and seeds in her diet, meant that her pregnancy was easier, her birthing was easier, her nursing of her infant was easier than it had been of the first infant. And the farmers are experimenting with different foods for sale. They made these nice little rock-hard, unfortunately, balls of seed held together with sugar. I suggested to them that maybe they should try making nice wafers out of these so they're easy to bite. She glared at me as if I'd said something terrible, but never mind. I think the idea got across. Now, this brings me to a crop scientist point, that dual-purpose crops very seldom work. In other parts of the project, we had cowpea. I'll tell you about that. Cowpea and amaranth can provide both leaves and seeds, but very seldom do we get something that a single cultivar or a single production system that will provide both. Something that has been developed to give you good seeds and lots of them. The breeder doesn't have the time, the energy, or the money to focus on producing good leaves as well, tasty leaves. And these hands are holding amaranth seeds. Elsewhere in the project, Ethiopian farmers wanted to have tall maize rather than the latest semi-dwarf cultivars, in order that they had lots of stems to feed their livestock. I hope that in the future we can ask the question, will they get better combination of food and feed by having semi-dwarf maize that will produce more grain per hectare, and something else, maybe forage maize, that will produce more stalks per hectare, more tons of feed per hectare? Is that the way to go forward? Give the farmer the choice and let the farmer decide. Another nice story was of finger millet. This is a crop that is considered very laborious to manage because the seeds are very small. You sow too many, then you have to thin them. Row cropping was one of our interventions rather than broadcast seeding. It makes it easier to manage the weeds. It doesn't do much for thinning, but one of the farmers came up with a fabulous idea, and in fact, two farmers came up with fabulous ideas in different countries. The first one is here, shown in the bottom, that we have in Uganda. A farmer invented a tool that would drag across the ground and make nice little troughs to sow the seeds in nice straight rows. And the other farmer in Kenya said, okay, in order to thin out the seeds so we don't get too many in the row, let's dilute them. We'll use wood ash, a traditional method that is associated with very high germination. I'm not quite sure how it affects germination, but so it worked. Wood ash is also very rich in phosphorus, very rich in potassium, and a whole mess of other nutrients as well, just no nitrogen. That's all been burnt off. And having diluted it, using a soft drink bottle to sprinkle it out so the seeds are well spaced. Low technology does the job. Good thinking on the part of the farmer. A standard question, do you want good Good yield or good flavor? Of course, we would like to have both, but what's going to happen given the choice? In Ethiopia, we tried 7 new cultivars against the local land race. When they were all harvested, at first the farmers said, no, don't like these new ones, we like our old land race. 6 months later, they had changed their minds. They said, gosh, this Newman one isn't bad at all, really. We like this one. And as you can see, it had 2.8 times the yield of the local landrace. Okay, we don't know what the problem was right with fresh harvest, whether there was something odd about the taste, or was it just a matter of getting used to it. But I was very happy that they liked the threefold yield improvement. They were willing to make a small sacrifice, if it was indeed a sacrifice. This lovely lady, she was a sweetheart. I will grow cowpeas number 5 and 10 to sell in the market. But number 2 tastes so good. It's only for my friends and family. And all the other women in the village said, yep, we have the same attitude. And in the other village where the cowpeas were tested, yes, E2 tastes wonderful. Now, we don't know what it is about E2 that makes it taste wonderful. I understand that Ndegwa managed to take some away in the cuffs of his trousers, so we can find out. We'll see. And as I said, other cultivars provide better leaves for vegetable use. The yield of E2 was good. No sacrifices made there. E5 and E10 were slightly higher, but E2 had good yield. One of our experiments there showed very poor growth. The fertilizer N was put on rather than rhizobium, and there was too little rain, so the fertilizer burnt the roots instead of enhancing their growth. Which brings me to mind of another typical problem, lack of available rhizobium inoculum to get the cowpea to nodulate and to fix its own nitrogen. But why did we use cowpea? I wanted to just, I threw this slide in this morning after our Tanzanian friend showed us her common bean results. One thing I noticed in both Kenya and Uganda when I was there for this project was that all of the common bean plots looked really heat-stressed and drought-stressed. Very unhappy-looking bean plots. Now, common bean comes from South and Central America. Targeting indigenous crops, cowpea comes from West Africa. And the cowpea was happy as you please in the heat and drought. It is well known in the crop science literature to be much more robust against high temperatures and drought than common bean. And the farmers took to it very quickly. It cooks, it has slightly smaller seeds than common bean. It cooks a little bit faster. And if it's E2, it tastes good. I see that. Oh, 5 minutes more. I thought it'd be 2 minutes more. Okay. I'm doing all right then because I'm getting close to the end. Orange flesh sweet potato allowed us to harvest both quantity and quality in Kenya. White flesh sweet potato is apparently familiar in all of our 4 countries in InnoFoodAfrica. But the orange flesh does not. And the orange flesh, of course, provides the provitamin A that is needed in many diets. Sweet potato has a very low fertilizer requirement. And in fact, if you put on too much nitrogen fertilizer, you get a very watery tuber that nobody likes to eat. So there's a bit of a sacrifice there in terms of quantity versus quality from fertilizer. Okay, if we don't need fertilizer, then let's not waste everybody's effort putting it on. Sowing technology, or planting technology, because we're dealing with vegetative propagation, is vital. You have to get it right, as you can see from the difference between the blue bars of farmer practice, more or less novice, and the orange bars of the ideal practice, several-fold yield improvement. In Kenya, both Irene and Kabodi had good yield and good flavor, so they were chosen for upscaling. And the little picture that I'm standing in front of, and nobody can see through my head, is one of our tents for propagating the material. In Ethiopia, there was a choice to be made of quality or quantity. That cultivar Dilla there, the one with the highest bar, did have higher yield than Alamora, but the farmers said, we want to eat Alamora. We don't really want to eat Dilla. So that was a very clear message. And Kabode, same cultivars in Kenya, did remarkably poorly here, as you can see. And then one of the women farmers in this case had a nice idea. Okay, we know that nitrogen doesn't do much good, but she had some wood ash, so she started spreading wood ash on her plots of sweet potato, figuring that, okay, well, wood ash has nutrients. We'll see whether it improves her sweet potato crop. Unfortunately, we don't know the answer. Also in Ethiopia, teff, of course, the native small grain cereal. There were no quality issues mentioned. The new cultivar out-yielding the local control by 1.5 times was considered to be just as good. And it had also produced a lot of straw, so it provided the necessaries for the livestock as well as the people. And its main advantage, aside from yield, was earliness of maturity, so it escaped frost damage at 3,000 meters up. Because I've been working on grain legumes for 40 years, yes, I did start before I was born, rhizobium is important to me, and Christina Lindström from the Healthy FoodAfrica project is my colleague in rhizobium. We've enjoyed working together on various things over the last, since I arrived in Finland. Here we have some nice, well-nodulated roots. They were inoculated by locally produced inoculum in Ethiopia. In Kenya, there was inoculum used, but and in some places you can see that the rhizobium inoculation gave less yield than nitrogen fertilizer, and in other cases it gave more. One of the key points, of course, is that the rhizobium doesn't provide P or K. So maybe we needed to supply P and K along with the rhizobium, or maybe there's some question about adaptation of the rhizobium to the local soil. There are production challenges. We have to produce clean and viable seeds for the next farmer to use. These come during the growing season. You can see that we have there are little holes in each of these cowpeas where a weevil has emerged. Harvesting needs to be suitably gentle, so you don't break your seeds. You protect the seeds during storage from pests, vermin, etc. Other problems can happen in shipping. So during the project, we produced seed production manuals for each crop in each country. Tools were developed for multiplying vegetatively propagated crops. Here again we have our tent to protect the orange flesh sweet potato from insects bringing in viruses. And we have another kind of a tent for producing banana propagules on farm in both cases. So to wind it all up, I am very strongly a convert to farmer participatory research. It has really done wonderful things in this project. The farmers invented new treatment combinations that we ivory tower academics might not have thought of, or that we could just cheer on, like the fertilizer combination. The feedback on flavor was vital. The farmers liked talking to other farmers, and farmers liked listening to other farmers. Ripples move out. Still problems with getting access to inputs. Still questionable. And the farmers got suitable training in how to keep producing the seed of the right cultivar so the next farmer can grow the right thing and still get the same benefits. And Raija is staring at me to tell me that my time is up. So, oh yes, there's a conference coming up, and other projects might want to participate in this.
So you took your chairperson's hat on?
My chair hat is now on, and I will not ask myself any questions. But we will have a discussion period after the next, after the other two talks. So I believe that we have somebody else can connect to the next slide, the next person. So our next speaker is going to be telling us about empowering urban food system actors within the food systems labs of Healthy FoodAfrica. And it says here, Henk Renting from Netherlands and Rene van Veenhuizen. I don't see either of those in the room. We have one of those lovely echoes. Henk's name is on the list there. So is Rene's. Who's going to talk? We have a face on the screen too. Is it attached to Rene? Looks like you can hear us. They're both looking questioningly at the screen.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you right now, yeah.
I'm trying to put up the presentation now, so.
Who's going to share the screen first?
I'm going to share the screen for the whole presentation, but Rene will start with the presentation.
Okay.
So I will right away start. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and great to be, although we are here on a distance. Yeah, it's coming up, Henk.
Yeah.
Maybe you can make it full screen.
I'll just remind you that you have 20 minutes.
Yep, it's very interesting, and it's now 30:28. And a great exchange, what I've seen so far, well, from all kinds of different angles. We will continue on a bit of a different angles, but these exchanges are not only interesting for the finalizing on the sister programs, but also for new programs where these experiences should be and will be fed in. I'm referring to a new program on Every Food Links just starting in Africa. So it's highly interesting, and I'm looking forward to the minutes. Next slide, please, Henk. This presentation is on the EU-funded project Healthy FoodAfrica, led by Luque, and we will do this on behalf of many colleagues. It will be presented by Henk, as you can see on the other slide, and myself. Henk is from Addis University, Almere in the Netherlands. I'm from HIVOS, which is an international NGO. I will start a bit with a general introduction on Healthy FoodAfrica and food labs, although Consolata, who was here before us, did a great introduction already. We're trying to deal with the empowering by structure of food system stakeholders and actors, and by facilitation and support, and how this was done under Healthy FoodAfrica using the food labs. Next slide, Henk. So Healthy FoodAfrica has already been presented by Consolata. It's a research innovation project working in 10 cities in 6 countries. There are many different partners involved, both European and African, and the key activity is in all these 10 locations, the researchers and through the work package, support in the engagement with all kinds of food system, food value chain actors. Next slide, Henk. The key of Healthy FoodAfrica is that the key structure is that there are 10 of these food system labs. I will come to that in a minute. And it will. These are in 6 countries, each with its own context, focus, and goal. And they are supporting, but also research ongoing in 5 broad areas along the food value chain, which are food consumption and healthy nutrition, sustainable production, a bit related to what the previous presentation, but also post-harvest innovations, new technologies, focusing on promising technologies that can be upscaled, post-harvest innovations as another work package, and novel products. Then there are also supporting work package, and this is one of those work packages Henk and myself are also involved in, which supports these work in the food labs, but also the interactions of the researchers with the work in the food labs. Yes, Henk, you can go to the next slide. So I think there's another slide before here, isn't it? Oh no, this is the one. Yeah. So these food labs, they cover a wide spectrum of food systems in different contexts in both East, West, and Southern Africa. They bring together different actors like entrepreneurs, farmers, but also activists or businesses, policymakers if needed, and they provide, on the one hand, unique local knowledge, even also unique momentums. Some of them already had started in different projects and will continue maybe in another constellations. And each of these food labs focuses on reconnecting sustainable food production with food consumption, enhancing the access to healthy diets. So all of them have the same goal, but their status quo, priorities, and therefore also the trajectories and support needed is different. For example, as you can see here, there's a food lab focusing on aquaculture and vegetables in Kisumu, as was presented already by Consulata, but also one on aquaculture with a different focus in different areas, of course, because it's in Accra, but also with more emphasis on business and product development. There are food labs which focus on school gardens in relation to the surrounding communities on different types of vegetables. There is work ongoing in low-income settlements, like in Nairobi, Kenya, but also in a different way in a refugee camp in Rwanda, in Uganda, where the focus is on enhancing the maize value chain. There are food labs which again are different in Zambia, where in 2 neighboring districts, Chongwe and Lusaka, different actors from the same value chains are supported. On the one hand, informal vendors, on the other hand, producers of vegetables, and how this value chains can be supported. So all these initiatives and innovations, as are shown here on this map, are fostered in the food system labs and supported by researchers and practitioners from Europe and Africa. So a food system lab, there are many different definitions. Here is one. It's a participatory innovation process that aims to better understand problems in the food system, but also very important that is building coalitions, generate solutions, sometimes working on one innovation, sometimes working on a whole series of activities going on at the same time, trying to link them. It is a multi-actor process. It addresses different technical but also social needs. And it's different from the multi-actor approaches as we know them, like food policy councils, which are more operating, or multi-stakeholder platforms on food transformation, which are more operating on the level of local government, cities, as we know them, where the food system labs are more, let's say, safe environments or specific environments that you can see them as elements of a multi-stakeholder process focusing on food policy change. For instance, like I mentioned, the findings of the food lab in Chongwe and Lusaka are again used to inform processes at a higher level, at local city level, the Food Policy Council, Lusaka, but also at national level. So the important element of the food system labs is to put ordinary citizens or informal actors, which are not always visible in the process of development, in the forefront, and link them to research, extension, to policy change. Yes, next slide, Henk. So again, here is the food system, an overview of the food system labs. And again, I like to emphasize each of these are unique, but going into some examples of different food system labs as we are working on under Healthy Food Africa. So in Accra, the food system lab works in different neighborhoods. It's all part of the food system lab. There are different innovations on different aspects of the value chain, different technologies, different new products, and operating maybe sometimes even as a sort of incubator. In Kisumu, Nairobi, the focus is more on informal settlements. They both reach out to the formal county food system platforms that are there, but seek to enhance, build capacity of different actors in terms of production improvement, processing improvement, and awareness and access to nutritious foods. In Fort Portal, the food system aligns work of a number of different activities. It aligns in initiatives of community organizations. They have a nice umbrella name of the Coalition of the Willing, to more formal developments, both at district and city level. For instance, the food and nutrition strategy and how to give that hands and feet in the Fort Portal district. And I already, for the sake of time, will skip some of them others, but you can see that the food labs are in different levels with different actors and different focus areas. Yes, you can go to the next slide, Henk. So in this way, the food system labs form an important element in achieving impact of Healthy Food Africa on improved systems, on empowerment of small farmers, but also other actors in the value chain by linking the different actors in the value chains, and on focusing on new market opportunities. Next slide, Henk. So some of the lessons, and these are some initial related to food system lab. Henk will continue, which were more focused on the research and support that has been done. But some of the food labs had a history. They're often time bound. It's not necessary that they have to go into a sustainable status. They can support other processes. Definitely they support food systems governance change. Important aspect also, they are diverse, flexible arrangements, emphasizing the importance of inclusion of informal actors and putting these citizens and chain actors centrally. They most often focus on specific groups, but as you could see in the description of the different food labs, not necessarily. And they seek innovations, and that is related to the, well, I didn't want to put a but some important aspects that they need planning and support, real good planning and support, and sometimes long support on the longer term. So sustainability is of these food labs, and the work done is sought through linking to ongoing policy platforms and institutionalization of these food labs, part of the regular budget. Scale up of innovations on which I worked on, which can be self-propelling, which can also be self-sustaining and business development. And as you can see already ongoing now in this last year of Healthy Food Africa, to attract further donor funding. I think I have to hand over to you, Henk, here. So the next slide you can skip because you take it over in your sessions. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rene, for this first introduction of the Food System Lab. I will take over from here, and I will go into a number of other issues related to the work with food system labs in Healthy Food Africa. I want to go into a number of central activities that the Healthy Food Africa project supports in this food system labs, and that are central to this methodology of co-creation of innovations. I want to say a little bit more on the different type of innovation and transition pathways that come out of the different food system labs in their different contexts and in response to their different challenges, but all of them contributing to more sustainable food systems and to increased food and nutrition security. And as Rene already said, I also still want to go a little bit more into some of these lessons on the work with food system labs. What are factors that we can now already see why things work or don't work through this approach. And in all cases, it's good to say that this is still ongoing work. So these are all preliminary results, and in the coming year we will still further finalize this. So first, maybe to give a little bit an overview or an idea of the different support activities that from the Healthy Food Africa project are provided to support this innovation work in the different food system labs. They have a lot to do with methodological support, also with capacitating, capacity building in the different food system labs. One of the central things that we do in this food system lab is to work with the different stakeholders on theory of change, on defining very clearly what is the theory of change. I will say a little bit more on that. Make a participatory assessment of current policy and institutional frameworks, work further on capacity building and provide policy briefs, and also work on dialogues and increased policy engagement to further enhance the impact of the work and the innovations in the different food system labs. This is partly done through organizing foresight workshops, which is actually still an ongoing task, which is happening now in the different countries, and which is also linked to different national policy frameworks and policy platforms, and as such also has a role in increasing the impact of the work in the different food system labs. Well, and a more general task is also to support dissemination and exploitation of the innovations that are developed in the different food system labs. As I said, one of the central parts of the work in the food system labs is centered around theory of change. Theory of change, which I suppose many of you are familiar with, but which works very well in relation to the work on innovations in food system labs, because it's really trying to bring the different stakeholders together in defining what are the impacts that we want to realize, what are the outcomes that need to be realized to create these impacts, and what are the inputs needed for that. It suits very much with this approach of food system labs, because it also gives a lot of importance and space to work on the specific context. What Rene already was showing, the different food system labs, the different settings where the food system labs are, all have very specific challenges, also very specific opportunities, which depend on the context, and it's very important to address this context and also start a process in that specific context, which brings together the specific actors that are needed to realize the steps from inputs to outcomes to impacts. Get very clear what is the targeted population, get very clear what are the steps that are needed to change the behavior of critical actors in that setting. So this approach of theory of change was applied in all the food system labs, which actually was a little bit a challenge, because that was all happening in the start of the project, which was in the middle of the time of pandemics, but still we managed to do that quite good through even in online settings. And so in all the food system labs, different key questions were answered to clearly define what are the different steps that we need to realize for innovating the food system in our specific context. What is the main narrative? What is the intermediate and long-term vision of the FSLs? What outcomes are needed for that? What specific objectives are that? And this actually is still an ongoing process, which in the end will also result in the bottom part of this figure, what you can see, finalizing the impact pathway, imagining the alternatives, what we are now doing in the foresight workshops, which is also like a kind of how do you call that, kind of test, reality test of the innovations, a shock test, and also to work on collective monitoring and evaluation of the impacts realized in the different food system labs.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, 2 minutes only. Ooh, then I need to choose. Okay, I will skip this one. Just I wanted to show how also within the food system labs, different impact pathways are being realized. And this is very much central and linked, I think, also to the discussions that we had previously on nutrition. So all the food system labs in the end result, what you see on the right side of the figure, in improved dietary intake, but the ways in which this is done is in very different ways. You can see the different colors are the different food system labs, which either through improving market linkages or in more food products for self-consumption, or through increased knowledge or advocacy, all indirectly result in improved dietary intake and more diverse diets. If you allow me just to say a little bit more on the work in the food system labs and the lessons that came out of there. One of the central things, challenges of the Healthy Food Africa is also to test to what extent this food system lab approach works in the specific context of Africa. The food system labs approach, or more general living labs approach, has become quite popular in a northern setting, you might say, but it's still a big question to what extent this is also a feasible way of working for food system innovation in the global south, and more specifically Africa. Well, our insights until now is that this is really a very promising approach to realize food system innovation. On the one hand, to link improved nutrition with other aspects of the food system, which also in previous examples already came up. It's not only an issue of improving your production system, but also the taste is very important. If you want to change consumption, you also need to take into account distribution and food system. The food system lab, due to its attention for context and also for empowering different relevant stakeholder groups, is really very good for that, and it really uses these opportunities for co-production of knowledge and innovations.
Okay, I need to get you to finish.
Yes, just I wanted to show you this slide. You can look at it later. At the same time, we also should realize that in the African context, there are a number of very specific barriers for working with food system labs, and that is something we are still now working on, and in the coming year we also hope to get more clear results and lessons on that point. Thanks for your attention, also for the flexibility to finalize the presentation.
Yes, sorry to have to cut you off.
I know.
All right. Well, that was interesting, and don't go away, because we have the discussion period. We have the discussion after the third talk of the session. So please stop sharing your screen, but as I say, don't go away. And Elisa Carloni, you are here.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
And you could start sharing. I presume that you are going to share your screen. Yes, that looks promising.
Yeah,
And
can you see that?
Yes, we can, and our technical assistant here is setting up our screen so we can see your slides. And I invite you to start to tell us about your multi-actor centers.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. Today I am representing the University of Bologna, and I would like to share with you the results of the Food Hub network that has been implemented and co-created within the Foodland project. Here you can see just a brief outline of how this presentation will unfold. We will first look at the background and the challenges addressed by this intervention. We will look at the objectives of the Food Hub network, and then we will turn to the concept of Food Hub, so how it has been adapted and shaped within Foodland, as well as the implementation process that Food Hubs have undergone within the project. Finally, we will look at some outcomes, interesting results, lessons learned, as well as some challenges that we faced throughout the process. Okay, starting with the challenges, we have already heard a lot today about challenges that food systems are facing, but I would just like to recap a few of them. Many studies have demonstrated that African food systems are currently encountering multifaceted but also highly interrelated challenges. And these challenges derive from different elements. Among them, we have for sure climate change. And as you can see from the first picture here, African food system, all countries in Africa appear to be highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. They are also vulnerable to health crises, as shown by the index shown in the second figure here, that basically accounts for the economic, health, and social impacts of COVID-19 in African countries. And finally, they are also challenged by the rapid urbanization trend, with a rise up to 60% of urban population in African countries to be reached by 2050. These challenges and these combined vulnerabilities are exacerbating food insecurity, but also different forms of malnutrition. And here we have reported a few data to support these statements. For example, Eastern Africa is one of the world sub-regions which is most affected by stunting, with a prevalence of 32.6%. Other forms of malnutrition prevail in Northern Africa, with 25% of the adult population being overweight or affected by obesity. And vitamin A deficiency is widespread in Sub-Saharan Africa, especially among children and young women. The diffusion and worsening of this unbalanced diet and nutrition is also signaling that we are not really working well towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, especially Target 2.2, which is about ending all kind of malnutrition forms, and highlight a further need to ensuring that nutritious food are accessible and affordable for, especially for women and children, but for the population more in general. So the challenges that we have identified in the African food systems also represent the background of our intervention. And basically, these challenges are related to the fact that there is currently a gap between what are the changes in African food systems and the fact that African food supply chains are currently not providing a nutritious, effective response to this kind of changes and challenges. And Foodland is addressing this issue, and basically we are trying to address undernutrition and food insecurity by looking at different stages of the supply chain. So basically not only how food is produced, but also how it is processed, distributed, marketed, and consumed. And in particular, the challenges that we are addressing with the Food Hub network can be categorized into different needs or challenges. The first one are organizational needs. Basically, we are addressing a scarce market orientation, which is found in smallholders and farmers. And we are also trying to improve the efficiency of and coordination among these smallholders. We are addressing technological challenges, technological needs in terms of food performance of methodological and technological systems and innovation. And we are addressing nutritional needs as well. How are we achieving this? How are we doing so? We have relied on the concept of food hubs. Food hub and their purposes have been conceived within Foodland in an original way. Indeed, Foodland has applied a participatory process in order to establish a loose definition of food hubs, which are conceived, as you can see here, as a community of local operators, which aims to make shared R&D decisions and enable the adoption of innovation. What characterizes our food hubs is the fact that they are designed from the bottom up and they are conceived by local stakeholders and beneficiaries of the food hub. The final aim is for them to become multi-actor centers of innovation, which pursue, we could say, a double final aim. On the one hand, to enhance and in some cases develop the organizational, technological, cultural, and operational conditions enabling local food supply chains, efficient food supply chains. And on the other hand, to strengthen the nutritious responsiveness, agrobiodiversity, and food diversity of African food systems. Here we have written down some key elements, keywords that characterize the food hubs in Foodland. The first word is governance arrangements, because each food hub presents a more or less formalized typology of agreement, of arrangement, ranging from manifestos up to memorandum of understanding and agreements, and in some cases also the creation of formal institutions. Proximity. The participation of an array of actors pertaining both to the public and private sphere, and the engagement of the community at large. Okay, getting to the core of our intervention, Foodland has created a network of 14 local food hubs. The local food hubs are located both in rural and peri-urban areas in the 6 target countries, so Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Tunisia, and Morocco. And each food hub is paired with a city in the country. I have to apologize here because in this figure you can only see 12 of our food hubs. The Ethiopian food hubs are missing here, but activities are going on there as well. When working with the local food hubs, specific attention is being created in linking, on the one hand, the local food hub with the urban markets, and this was done to ensure that there were advantages to all the stakeholders. So, on the one hand, to the urban consumers, because by ensuring these linkages, we could also ensure that they had access to affordable and nutritious food. To smallholders because of increasing opportunities in terms of market opportunities, and also to the rural communities because of by trying to reinforcing local food identity. On the other hand, another attention has been devoted to the networking issue. So we have tried to favor as much as possible the condition to allow reproducibility of the project's results, as well as to basically propagate the food hubs to other locations, both rural and peri-urban locations in Africa. And specific attention has been devoted from the advisory boards who have conducted activities in order to map relevant stakeholders and actors, organize events and activities, as well as establishing new agreements where needed with non-consortium actors, including food processors, NGOs, and policymakers. Okay, so what is the status quo? Basically, all food hubs are currently running. As you can guess, the 14 food hubs are much different from each other because they've been implemented in different contexts. Different actors have been involved. They do pursue different objectives and they have different value proposition. Nevertheless, there are some common underlying principles that are common in all the food hubs in Foodland. The first one is shared operative structure, meaning that food hubs provide and share organizational, technical, operative structures and facilities to ensure collaboration throughout the project. We're talking here about learning resources, but also about energy, web access, spaces where people can meet, materials and facilities. A second principle or aspect is that of ensuring women representation and empowerment, and a huge effort has been made within Foodland to pursue this objective. On the one hand, from a research side, there has been an effort in ensuring gender-sensitive research, as well as in creating all the conditions for women to participate in the project activities, for example, by choosing specific times, venues, using local languages, or, for example, separating activities between men and women when necessary. On the other hand, there have been also some formal mechanisms within the Food Hub in order to ensure the participation and representation of women. In this case, we are talking about assigning leading roles to women, or, for example, establishing gender quotas, and so on. We will look at these mechanisms a bit in a few minutes. And finally, sustainable food production and innovation adoption, and linking producers to retailers and consumers. Indeed, as part of creating the centers for innovation, there was a need of conducting a mindset transformation, developing skills, as well as training to ensure that small-scale farmers and also other practitioners are ready for the uptake of technological innovation. In this sense, the local food hubs have organized different orders of trainings and activities, which were based on active learning approaches and gender equality. A first typology of training has been focused on introducing and boosting knowledge about the consumer's nutritional needs, about market opportunities, about notions such as climate change, resilience, food culture, and so on. An effort has been also placed in conducting training concerning novel production, post-harvest techniques, as well as systems, innovative food and systems, technologies for primary and secondary processing, supply chain management. And finally, the last order of training has been, let's say, much more a demonstration and capacity building activities, which was aimed to develop knowledge and operational capacities in order to maintain these innovations and to upscale them in the long term. How did we build this network? This is just an overview of the implementation process and how this worked. First of all, we followed principles of co-design and co-development, and research partners have started by providing this standardized framework. This is a standardized framework, but nonetheless it is highly flexible because it was co-created with the idea of having partners, local partners, adapting it depending to their needs. And this framework is composed by steps. The first one is the design and conception. So basically, first studying the context, trying to understand the actors to be involved in the Food Hub conception and implementation, understanding the most suitable form of agreement, designing the vision, mission, and objectives, and so on. The second step is the formalization procedure. Then we have the groundwork, meaning working with innovations. We have also foreseen Food Hub redefinition phases in case some criticalities arises, and then the implementation and evaluation and consolidation phase. Throughout this framework, research partners have provided tools that could be used as guidelines by local partners, and it could help in going through this process. An example of a tool or resource was a stakeholder map that helped to understand the core actors to be involved in the Food Hub. So, for example, the activities in which the stakeholders could be involved, the risks associated with their involvement, if there were any particular linkages among stakeholders that needed to be taken into account, and so on. Another example of a resource that we use is the provision of some guiding some governance principle, like how to ensure that the Food Hub follows principle of transparency, openness, how to resolve the conflicts, and so on. In a second step, the national coordinators and the facilitators have conducted the meetings with local actors involved in the creation of the Food Hub with the aim to put this framework into practice, so to identify a strategic planning and agreements. Another interesting activities that we conducted at the last general meeting was the World Café, meaning some ad hoc focus groups focusing on the topics of actor roles and responsibilities to identify some issues in coordination, some internal governance issues, gender equality in order to exchange some practices on how to ensure women representation and gender equality, and innovation adoption, identifying some barriers, drivers, and the best practices in adopting the innovation in the food hubs. At present, all food hubs are implementing their innovations. In some cases, they have been already consolidated, and one of the outcomes of the project will be an open innovation platform. The open innovation platform is already existing, and it is available for project partners and will be made available to the public once the project ends. And it aims to share experiences, so to share methodologies, innovations among research units and operational actors. Okay, now getting to what are the main outcomes. So basically, we have conducted an analysis of the food hubs, and we have decided to present today a few interesting insights along three different dimensions. The first dimension concerns the stakeholder, meaning the actors involved in the establishment, governance, and development of the food hub. As you can see from the stakeholder map here, the food hub's activities rely on a wide range of actors. We have the NGOs and third sector actors. We have research institutions, the civil society, so schools, communities, radios, hospitals. We do have public institutions at different levels, so local institutions like regional committees and county governments, national institutions like ministries, and also international agencies. Private actors are also involved, so in this case, the actors that are participating are SMEs, food processors, retailers, and distributors. And of course, there are also farmers and farming stakeholders like associations and cooperatives. What are some interesting things arising from this analysis? The first thing is that the food hub is perceived as an actor per se, meaning it is a powerful actor that, according to the role that it has been assigned, it has a clear mandate as innovation and trust enabler, and it also plays a huge advocacy role. A second insight concerns the role of NGOs and university, which play a capacity building and knowledge transfer role, with NGOs being also active in terms of assessing the needs of local stakeholders, trying to connect the food hub with business platforms and with funders in order to ensure the financial viability of the food hub. Universities have, of course, responsibilities in terms of research, and they are also in charge with evaluating the impact of the food hub. And finally, local representation is achieved through the involvement of farmers' associations, which play a networking role. A limitation that is worth mentioning here is that both in the analysis and in the co-creation of the food hub, implementation of the food hubs, we are missing informal markets.
You have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left.
While this is a limitation that we are acknowledging, we will also work toward this to fix this, let's say, this issue. Then in terms of formalization procedures and governance principles, as I mentioned, there has been a wide array of procedures in place, starting from food hubs opting for memorandum of understanding, manifestos, or in rare cases, the design of ad hoc legally recognized institutions with their own statutes. And finally, some common governance principles that have been implemented are trying to enhance an equal distribution of powers and partners representation, and it is achieved by holding elections and by appointing representatives, as well as ensuring that there is an active participation of all members. For example, they have created the executive committees, they have assigned roles and responsibilities to the different actors, and then concerning openness and transparencies, the food hubs have all made an effort into conducting open consultation and audits to ensure that openness and transparency are ensured. The last insight concerns the vision, mission, and value proposition. The Food Hub's visions and missions are highly influenced by the Food Hub promoting actor. So when it was a private actor promoting the Food Hub, an approach aimed to promote market positioning and competitiveness has emerged, so a so-called business and occupational oriented approach. In case it was an NGO, the approach was, or a public institution, the approach was meant to facilitate food quality oriented food hubs and societal oriented food hubs. Okay, the very last thing is the challenges that we faced. First one is the financial resources and the Food Hub's long-term sustainability. Second, some internal governance and coordination issues arose because of the heterogeneity among actors, and geographical distance also emerged as a challenging factor because it was difficult to identify a single dynamics that could work for the whole Food Hubs, because in many cases the Food Hub covers a wide range of a wide geographical sphere. The actions that we are currently undertaking are trying to involve governments and institutions to ensure the long-term sustainability of the project and for advocacy. We are trying to implement corrective action to improve trust and reduce risks associated with the Food Hub's participation, and training programs to strengthen the capacity of the, especially in administrative terms, of the actors involved. Okay, thank you very much for listening. If you have any question, I'm available.
Very good. Thank you, Elisa. All right, now, Elisa, don't go away. Do we have any questions from the big room full of people here? Do we have any questions from the online participants? So far, no questions from online. Everybody is thinking very hard, digesting. So Ndegwa has the first question. And Natalia is bringing you the other microphone.
See now. Okay, nice working. So this question just goes to one of the points that you just made, Elisa. Thank you for the presentation. So you talked about the informal sector and getting them more involved, if I understood correct. That's quite a challenging task. So could you just give some thoughts as how that's going to happen?
Yeah, so basically, maybe I didn't really explain myself good, but this is one of the limitations of our approach or what we have done so far, meaning that among all the array of stakeholders that we have included so far, we have received criticism, and of course, this makes totally sense that informal markets should be included because of the importance that they do play in African countries, in African food systems. So we are currently acknowledging this issue, and we are aware that we will need to, let's say, involve also these actors, basically, but we have not foreseen actions in this sense so far. So if you do have any suggestion, it is also welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just asking because, yeah, we've been also not in the projects I've been working on, but the informal sector, there is a lot of work now that needs to be done to improve how things are functioning there, but it is a challenge to engage the informal sector. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Next question, please. By the way, do the speakers have any questions for each other?
That was my
Well, maybe
my
just
question.
to add on to this important topic, Mr. Chairman, I think this one of the elements of the food system labs was exactly this: how to include participants in the food value chains or in the food system that are usually not included in official policy making and attention. So I think it's a very important aspect of it. And one of the first aspects is acknowledging that the food informal sectors play such an important role. Like in the case of in Zambia, it's more than 70% of the food is being accessed. The access to food is more than 70%. So it's a huge amount of food that is informally marketed predominantly. And so one of the first steps in that is to acknowledge this importance. So not to go away, not to emphasize the difference, the dichotomy between the formal and the informal sector, but to see it as one whole. And that already is quite important if there's so much emphasis on the one hand on food safety, on the other hand of all kinds of elements. And I think an important step in that is already to see small steps in improving the formal sector, like in market sectors, improving cold storage facilities, whether they are formal or informal, and include all these actors in the improvements to be made. But this is only a small tip of the discussion, as you already also indicated. Thank you.
Okay, so Raija here. I would like to hear your views. So Rene, Henk, and Elisa, maybe. In Healthy FoodAfrica, you have food system labs, you call them. And in Foodland, you call them food hubs. Yeah. So the methodology is more or less the same, if I understand correctly. So multi-actor approach. So now that you have listened to both ways, your presentations, any sort of ideas about collaboration? So do you see that these hubs or labs, they overlap each other, or are they perhaps complementary? There is now a good opportunity to start collaborating, if not yet done.
No, I can, if you want, I can give a first go. And yes, I think it's really very interesting. And I see a lot of similarities. I mean, what are exactly the names that you give to it maybe is not so important, but the whole idea of involving relevant networks of stakeholders, addressing the specific contextual challenges and opportunities, a whole methodology of co-producing knowledge and innovations. I think that is really very, very interesting. My feeling is maybe that that the type of hubs or your food system labs, let's say, that they are maybe a little bit more similar. They all have a kind of value chain focus, and in our case, in the Healthy FoodAfrica, that's not always true, which also might be a disadvantage, that it makes it more difficult to come to protocols, to procedures, etc. I think that's a very strong point and very interesting of what you're doing in Foodland.
Yes, if I can, I had the same feeling, especially when I was reading from your slide and you were presenting the results. I think that there were some overlapping among, I mean, maybe the methodology was different, but some results were complementary and similar. And to answer to Raija's question, there is already some networking open between the food hubs and the labs, if I'm not wrong. So maybe this cooperation could be enhanced even more.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, and well, maybe as another follow-up of the two previous questions, also in relation to informal markets, that could be interesting. There are a number of food system labs who specifically work on informal markets, who work with informal vendors, especially in Lusaka, where there is a initiative to get like a kind of formal presentation of informal vendors in all kind of policy institutions, often, of course, related to topics of food safety, etc. And also in Fort Portal in Uganda, where there is one other food system lab, there is also a very interesting approach where they have made like a kind of mapping of what they would call hotspots of informal vendors. What are places where informal vendors come together, and by doing that, also creating a place where you can get in dialogue and in contact with informal vendors and make plans for improving that selling sites, etc. So it's maybe less focused on logistics, but in relation to the whole issue of food safety, there's a lot of things happening.
Okay, Naushad has a question.
Yes, something about collaboration, perhaps to add to what Raija was saying. I think in InnoFoodAfrica, we have lots of this innovation, but we didn't have this approach of looking at stakeholder. Can you perhaps now with the collaboration, and we already did all these innovation, can you use these one now to put into your framework and see what can happen, what sort of results you will be getting in terms of adoption and thing, in terms of this innovation. This is one sort of collaboration that what we can have. And second thing I just wanted to say in terms of informal sector, I'm wearing my other hat now from part of the DSI NRF Center of Excellence in Food Security in South Africa, where we have done quite a lot of work in the informal sector. I don't work with that, but I have other colleagues, lots of other colleagues that work. And Danny also work a lot on that, who is also here. So I think in South African context, there has been a lot of work that has been done. Yeah, and I think South Africa and Zambia, I think it was similar. Am I right, Donnie? Similar system, the formal and informal sector. Thanks.
Okay, so simply speaking, Naushad here is offering you innovations for your processes as a material.
It's obviously scary.
So think about that. Thank you.
Yes, well, I don't have a direct answer to that, but I think the idea is very interesting to look at each other's innovations, let's say, and it's clear there are many similarities. Also, the first presentation in this block on developing new crops. We have similar food system labs as well. So yes, it would be interesting to see how these things can come to some kind of cross-fertilization to stay in the production language.
Okay,
Yeah,
we have one last question here.
I think the innovations is throughout all the projects, throughout the food hubs, the food labs, the different projects, innovations is there. And it's not only innovation of new products or on enhanced value chain, it's as Elisa always was showing, and we also try to indicate the governance situation, bringing in different sectoral departments which often work from each other in this uptake of support of innovations and further financing, and making this, whether it's a business type of thing or a product or an improved value chain, to make that more sustainable. And that is something that I think the different EU projects definitely can learn from each other. So focused learning trajectories among the different research programs, how to put research in use and to make sure that it is definitely sustainable and embedded, I think are very worthwhile. So yeah, definitely welcome.
Yeah, in this sense, as I was mentioning before, in Foodland, there is this open innovation platform, and there are some open innovations that can be shared. So it would be great to have at one point a cross-fertilization and for you to access also this platform.
Okay, we have one very quick question here.
Yeah, my question is not a question, just clarity on the food hubs. Are they in somehow suppliers of raw material or processors? What are they clearly?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The food hubs, are they suppliers of raw material or processors? How do you?
I mean, the food hub are this. It's basically this concept of a center of actors. So they are basically bringing together different actors, smallholders, farmers. So the food hub itself is not, let's say, I mean, in the literature it can be understood as a distributor center, but in this case we are more focusing on this multi-actor center that allows innovation and brings together the needs and different stakeholders that, as we mentioned, can be farmers, can be processors, can be retailers.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. We've had a good discussion, and now it's time to have a good cup of tea, I believe.
Yes.
And coffee.
And coffee, yes, of course. Sorry. Multi-ethnic here.
Yes, we are coming back at 3:45.
So a little bit less than 20 minutes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, speakers.
Bye-bye.
Janne, are you able to take the chairperson's role?
Okay, maybe it's on now. Kind reminder from the organizers, if you haven't signed yet the signature on the participant list, please put it now. Yeah. And then you can pass it on the list. So welcome all to the last fourth session of the day, which is packaging innovations for sustainability and food safety. We have 3 presentations. From InnoFoodAfrica, Yusuf Buaruhanga, who begins from remotely. Then we have Hanna Koivula from University of Helsinki, from Healthy FoodAfrica, and then last to present is Santina Romani, remotely also from Food and Project presenting. So we start first with Yusuf. Are you there, and can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon. I can hear you clearly. I'll start sharing this slides now. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So going to be sharing with you what InnoFoodAfrica project teams have been working on with regard to bio-based composite materials from crop side streams. I'm Yusuf Buaruhanga, and I work with Makerere University in Uganda. Yes. So the main objectives for this particular work package was to convert low agricultural side streams into higher value bio-based and biodegradable packaging solutions. In addition to that, we looked at establishing whether several harvest residues can actually be used as a filler material in bio-based and biodegradable polymer materials to form biocomposite packaging materials. But then if this has got to be done commercially, we needed also to establish how much side stream is actually available in each of these countries. And then we needed also to demonstrate that this is actually feasible, they are processable, but also determine the properties of the side streams where the side streams have been used to reinforce polymeric materials. So what is a side stream? Basically, crop production or crop produce can be divided into 2. One is the edible part that we actually use as food, but then there is the other part that is not edible. And this includes for some crops, things like leaves and stems and the roots and all those kind of things. But in addition, there are also losses that happen at the farm before, during, and after processing, primary processing at the farm, and those could also be included as part of side streams as and when that is necessary. So that's basically the side stream, and the aim here was not to get into the food area to create unnecessary competition for food with food applications, and then for non-food applications. We basically worked in 4 African countries: Ethiopia, Uganda, Kenya, and South Africa. And we're basically looking at valorizing African agricultural side streams into the manufacturing of bio-based packaging materials. And then that also would, being a new area, would require development of new value chains that would help farmers to access new sources of income from the agricultural produce, and then also look at the possibility of using the existing processing equipment within Africa for conventional plastic processing. Our anticipation was that we would be using side streams as an additional source of revenue for farmers and therefore communities, and this should be an interesting thing to do or engage in for them. In the project had several focus crops based on the countries, individual countries' choices, and these included sorghum, finger millet, teff, cowpeas, faba bean, and bananas, as well as orange flesh, sweet potato, and maize. And from literature, this was the composition of the various side streams from these crops. And as you can see, they are quite high in cellulose. And that was one of the components that are being targeted for use in biocomposite plastics. In preparation of the side streams, basically what we did was to obtain side streams, dry them thoroughly, and use a common hammer mill to actually break them down into a finely milled residue. And then this residue would then be used as a reinforcement in biocomposite materials. Basically, the process is moving from before milling to your left, and milling device in the center, and the milled material to your right. Now we used the base polymer materials, two of them, namely polyhydroxybutyrate, covalerate, and polybutylene succinate, coadipate. And these two complement each other, and that is precisely because the first PHBV is brittle, but it has very good barrier properties against water, but tends to be brittle. While the second BPSA is highly flexible. So when these two are combined, then you get a material that has more advantages and easy to process. So we first demonstrated by using faba bean side streams, and to your left you'll see the dry and milled side streams, and then later on they are milled as we had seen them in the previous slides. And then these were then processed through injection molding to obtain granules that you can see somewhere in the middle. The top is this one here is really the pure base polymer material, which is very light in color. And then these were admixed with different components of proportions of side streams, ranging from 10 to 30, but also we used stems alone and pods alone, and then stems and pods mixed together to produce strips, specimen for tensile testing, but also produced biocomposite films. As you can see, the reference is quite wide. And then as we added the different side streams in different proportions, increasing proportions, the color kept on getting darker, as you can see, from 10, 20, and 30% inclusion of the side streams. And then this demonstrated that one, we can be able to produce biocomposite granules, and these can easily be exported. Currently, most of the plastics, the fossil fuel plastics, are actually exported in form of granules, which are then later on processed into different kinds of packaging materials. And this would easily be processed into film materials and many other form of materials for use locally. Now, on testing, the mechanical properties of the biocomposite films, as you can see, we have the top left graph is showing you the stress at maximum force. And you can also see that on the horizontal axis, you have the different combinations of the base polymer, which is the control coming first, and then 10, 20, and 30% of the mixed and single side stream materials. You can clearly see that different proportions of these side stream inclusion actually affected the tensile stress at maximum force variably. But you'll also see that in some cases, it actually increased that. On your on your right, the graph shows you the impact strength of the biocomposites, and the first bar that you have is the pure polymer base material. And so the horizontal orange line is really giving you the measurement for the polymer base material. And clearly you can see that inclusion of the side streams increased the impact strength of the biocomposite material. And then on the bottom left is the tensile strength. And the first two bars shows you the tensile strength for the base material, polymer base material, clearly showing you that as we increase the proportions of inclusion of side streams, the tensile strength and tensile strain were decreased. So further tests with barrier properties showed us that the water vapor transmission rate was affected, especially at inclusion of the mixed side streams at 10%, but further increase in the proportion of side streams didn't seem to appreciably or significantly affect the water vapor transmission rates. On the other hand, the oxygen transmission rate was actually generally decreased by inclusion of the side streams, as you can see on the graph on your left. The graph on your right shows the water uptake, and it clearly also shows that as the proportion of the side streams inclusion in the composite material increased, the water uptake also increased. So further testing showed some internal structures, structural arrangement, and this is using microscopy and scanning electron microscopy, as well as thermal analysis. So the pictures that are labeled A, B, and C with the white font are really showing you the distribution of the side stream particles in the biocomposite material. And A is at 10%, B is at 20%, and C is at 30%. And you can clearly see that the particles were in different forms, shapes, and sizes. When you look at A, which is 10% inclusion, but further increase in the proportion of the side streams, that is 20% B and 30% C, clearly shows that the structure tended to become more compact, showing more compact fibers and some aggregation. And this compactness and aggregation increased as the proportion of the side streams increased. Then the pictures you have in gray, those are SEM pictures showing you the base polymer material A and then B, C, and D are the 10, 20, and 30% inclusion of side streams. The thermal analysis also clearly showed that inclusion of side streams actually did affect the thermal properties of the biocomposite with shifts, as you can see on the top, the graph A, weight loss, and then the graph B, weight loss expressed as percent per degree Celsius. And then the graph C is showing the heat flow in the exothermic state, and the last graph is showing you the heat flow in the endothermic state. And you can clearly see the shifts in these properties as the proportion of the side streams included in the biocomposite increases. So partly some of these probably partly explain the effects that we saw in the mechanical properties as well as the barrier properties of these materials. So then we continued further on and did some extrusion trials with a combination of 4 crops, a mixture of these 4 crops. And the best polymer material was being used, the 2 were being used in ratios of 15 to 85. And the aim was really to study how a pretreatment with hydrogen peroxide does affect the properties of the composite films. And the motivation for pretreatment with hydrogen peroxide was primarily to deal with the molds, because most of the side streams that were obtained had a lot of molds in them. And in some trials and other experiments, which led to an MSc student's work, it was found that hydrogen peroxide treatment would actually tremendously reduce the mold infestation, and therefore it was used here. And so you will see now that the pictures, the 4 pictures that you see, the picture on the top left shows you the granules made from the pure base material, and that is the reference. And then IFA 301 is referring to the base material combined with 30% sorghum, and IFA 302 is referring to the base material combined with 30% finger millet, and then IFA 303 is referring to a mixture of all the crops, but included at 30%. And you can clearly see the the color of these granules is really affected. And though the results are not shown here, this also resulted in some slight effects on the tensile and barrier properties. Yes, so after demonstrating all those and coming to one conclusion that actually it does work, inclusion of side streams in biocomposites is possible at lab and pilot scale. One of the things is really to look at the economics that make business sense. When does this become competitive, or when does it start making business sense? So the best polymer materials are currently quite expensive. And if you look at the reference year there of 2022, they're quite high up there. But with improvements in research and development and improvements in production processes and developments in technology, this is expected to drop. And in about 11 years from now, it is estimated that at that point, the production of the base material would become a little more affordable, and at the same time, with interventions like InnoFoodAfrica, and of course many other interventions that are aimed at improving agricultural production and productivity, we also expect that the side streams, the cost of the side streams will also be coming down. And therefore, these by 2035, it would make economic sense to produce, or business sense to be able to produce these biocomposite materials at competitive prices compared to the current prices for the fossil fuel plastics. This, however, would need a development of new value chains in these individual countries, because currently this is non-existent. And this is one major contribution of InnoFoodAfrica project. So new value chains need to be developed to be able to support this kind of innovation and take it really to the marketplace. We are looking at replacing old milling equipment, for example, that are currently being used or were used for production of flour for human consumption, to replace those with better technology, but then also use now these old hammer mills to actually be used in producing or milling the side streams, and then also be able to access markets, and this is primarily the plastic processors and via processors to be able to come closer to locations where these side streams are, do the milling there, and perhaps also do some of the plastic processing, biocomposite plastic processing closer to the farm as possible. And the model of the value chain there is showing you the part that would basically be in the community and the part that would be out of the community coming into the wider marketplaces. So this technology works for all the tested side streams, that is fava bean, cowpeas, sorghum, and finger millet. And the material that is produced, the biocomposite, is fully biodegradable. So there's virtually no waste that would be left behind. And we expect that this would cause an incentive to farmers to actually engage and be able to use their side streams for extra income. Now, different IFA countries.
Can you speed up a bit?
Yes, the consortium countries on the IFA project would have different side streams available to them, as shown in this bar graph here. And you can see Uganda, South Africa, Kenya, and Ethiopia have got different proportions of these that would make the availability more economically meaningful. In conclusion, therefore, the African crop side streams can be used as a reinforcement in bio-based biodegradable polymer composites up to 30%. And the manufactured biocomposites are suitable and a suitable substitute for petroleum-based plastics. And then the developed materials are processable with the same machinery that is available for the fossil fuel plastics. And then the biocomposite films had balanced mechanical and barrier properties for potential application in food packaging. And the scanning electron microscopy showed good interfacial adhesion between the fibers and the base polymer material. The challenge is the value chain development and the logistics that need quite work. And this gives us an opportunity. This raw material combination is fully biodegradable, and farmers and farming communities can greatly improve their incomes from this. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and thank you to InnoFoodAfrica, VTT, NOFIMA, the EU, University of Pretoria, that actually put a lot of work in this Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you, Yusuf. We can take the questions in the end in the discussion section. So maybe we take next now Hanna Koivula from Helsinki University. Hanna, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to everyone. I hope the coffee is kicking in so you can still manage these couple of last presentations. I'm going to be talking about Healthy Food Africa and the packaging work done there, in hopes of improving the food safety in the African food value chains. So here, let's go forward. And I want to start first with sort of a slightly background information. The food packaging is a controversial thing in an African food value chain. I found this review of solid waste in Sub Saharan Africa. And if we look at the distribution of different waste types, what we're trying to combat with packaging is the 43%, which is food waste, because packaging can help in preserving food in better condition. But then if we look at what other wastes, because packaging is some other material, then it becomes a waste after it has been used to protect the food. So there's all the different wastes coming from different materials, plastics, paper and cardboard, metal, glass, that comes from packaging. And interestingly, there's an echo. The 30% in this review that they found was other. And when I was digging further than just the figure caption, the other was sand, dirt, things of that type. So that gives, to me, an indication that the waste that is collected is quite dirty, which makes, in other words, then a recycling process for packaging materials very difficult. So, and the other thing is that in Sub-Saharan Africa, on average, the waste collection availability is about 44%. Highly different in cities and in rural areas. In cities, it can be up to 80% coverage, but then in rural areas, it can be less than 10%. So packaging and sustainability of packaging is very, very tricky thing to achieve. But we can try. And the main goal of our work package 4 is really improving the food safety with packaging and other solutions, innovations in food value chain. So let's go into those efforts. One thing for having food store for longer times with help of packaging is also taking into consideration the local climate conditions. And for me, coming from Finland, when we do packaging testing here, we are doing it in 25 degrees Celsius, 50% relative humidity, and that's pretty much the standard conditions for testing. However, it can be that the African conditions, especially in informal markets and open air markets, are widely different. Interestingly, on this topic, there is very, very, very limited amount of information in scientific literature. The best information comes from UN Food Programme, where the testing conditions are 40 degrees Celsius and 75% relative humidity for 2 years. And that's, for example, for food aid and things like this. That's the testing conditions that those foods need to be able to comply to. Otherwise, tropical testing is usually accelerated shelf life testing. So you have sort of exaggerated temperatures and relative humidities, but you use those results typically for shortening the testing time and not as the standard conditions. So keeping these things in mind, we go now forward. This is sort of still a little bit background. We go into look at what we have been working on in Healthy Food Africa projects. So our goals were specifically in the post-harvest stage of the processes. So we're not working on exactly the farm level, but we are working in this stage where the produce has been collected, harvested from the farm, and it's on its way or at the markets somewhere. So what can we do at that specific stage, and what kind of packages are required in that specific stage? Obviously, quite a lot packages that the farmers are using, containers, possibly something for logistics to transfer the produce, different kinds of produce, to where they are processed or where they are being sold. And again, reminding about our goals and aims: food safety improvements, food loss, decreasing food losses. We have in work package 4 different kinds of commodities. So we have a fish value chain, so FSL Accra, where they are processing and developing innovations related to fish. Then we have FSLs Shongwe and Lusaka, who are working with vegetables, green crops. And then from Kenya, we have different kinds of bean products and bean and what else? Vegetables in there. So first I'm going to introduce you to some of the things that have been worked in by University of Zambia, who work very closely with the FSLs in Lusaka and Shongwe. And they have been developing these kinds of innovations in collaboration with the FSLs there, and working with specifically the marketers on the informal markets. They have identified there that on the informal markets, food safety could be improved if the vegetables had better storage during the day on the market. They have worked on, based on this kind of concept of zero energy evaporative cooler, which is initially something that comes from, well, from many places, but they referred to this Indian innovation and technology that they have modified. So there's these zero energy cool storages that have been created earlier. But those are for farmers, and those are stable and very sort of heavily built brick buildings. It is very resource intensive and it's immobile. So it is difficult for the marketers in that sense. So they are trying to develop a more mobile unit for the marketers, where the marketers can present their produce to the consumers, hence the glass window there, or it's actually plastic, but a see-through window in this cabinet, and it's elevated from the ground. It is of material that is washable or can be cleaned relatively easily, and it's also ventilated. So what the aim with this point of sale cabinet would be to control both the climate inside the chamber and improve the hygiene where the produce is being held. And specifically the portability, the fact that you are able to move it, came from the marketers as a result of co-creation. And one also is the consumer requirement is the visibility. So the consumer, when they are making the purchase decision, want to see the product. So therefore, there's this kind of a window peek in system here. And here, the previous one was just a picture, but here is actually the marketers looking at and assessing the first prototype of this. And you can see here the image. And UNSA has been working on lab testing this and field testing this, so they are checking on how well the climate control works in this system. At the moment, both the cooling system of it, which is sort of evaporative cooling, is still under development, and there's another prototype coming on where they hope to improve that aspect of it. No evaporation, so there's a water. There's a water system, so there's a medium that will be wetted, and then the evaporation cools it to some degree. There's no energy. Sun will, yeah, kind of, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that was, yeah. But anyway, there's a lot of development still going on with this system. Thank you, Sarah. Another point of sale and marketers system that they have, these are actual bamboo baskets from the market that they are currently using. And this is a picture from the market. So you can see that it is probably the right size and everything, but in terms of food safety, I think this basket could be improved to some degree, or at least. The problems with this one were that it's very rudimental, very basic in its design. It could be better in terms of transportation and also the construction stability. And the baskets, when they are on the market, are in contact with the ground, which kind of poses some kind of food safety issues. So these are now the new baskets. You can see that in the bottom picture. So there's ventilation, there's a lid, and there's feet on the basket. So the produce is being elevated from the ground, which improves the food hygiene. It can help in maintaining ventilation, and the lid can possibly help with a prevention of contamination. The interesting part of this is that this is actually now done in collaboration with another EU project that is related to forest management. So they found the EU project that is going on in Zambia, but in forestry, where they work with bamboo. So 2 EU projects are joining forces in this one. And then those people working with the bamboo have been taken into developing these baskets. From my perspective, I would also like to see something developed further, where if we are interested in sort of logistics more, maybe transportation, to make sure that if you want to transport 2 of these at the same time, how can that be achieved? But this is just to show that packaging development, even though you've done one development, there's still another aspect that you can continue the development with. Going forward to our pasta product, this is a product from Böna company. Sara is here, who's the CEO of the company. This was a product made in Kenya, a fortified pasta from local ingredients, making sure it's more nutritious. There was trouble with the packaging in the sense that this paper packaging was too weak, and the shelf life of these were quite short. So a new packaging with better shelf life and better sort of transportation and better mechanical strength was required. And we started then to look for a new packaging material. And this is the new packaging material. The shelf life testing for this was made at the University of Helsinki. We had a master's student, Kristina Rydman, who was doing this work. And we actually did also testing with several ingredients and several different kinds of pasta, but one of the main components was the fact that we wanted a new packaging material that's more durable. The new packaging material that we selected was plastic, and we know it's controversial in terms of recycling. However, if it was anything with plastic or biodegradable or compostable, due to the conditions in Africa, those are not possible because we do not get as long shelf life, we do not get enough protection for the produce in biodegradable or compostable packaging or paper-based packaging. So plastic was really the material for food safety and increasing food shelf life. So we did find that the plastic material works for the purpose. However, we also found out that due to sort of the logistics and the value chain of getting the ingredients in African food value chain, some of the ingredient quality isn't always very good. So even though we were able to keep quite nicely the product, even in the harsh conditions, the tropical testing conditions that we had, after the packages were opened, there was interesting molds and antibiotic-resistant things growing in them. So it really shows just that packaging material can protect the product, but it doesn't change the starting quality. So the starting quality has to be good for the packaging material to really work. And also, why I have the 12% there is that for pasta products, that around 12 to 13% moisture content is starting to be on the edge of that it's not gonna last much longer than that. FSL Accra, they work with the fish. There's testing done there to actually use local herbs, extract oils from them, and put the oils on tilapia fillets to have sort of an antimicrobial oil working on the fish, and then making a new product essentially, because a fish is quite often purchased there as whole fish and straight from the market. They did test the microbiological quality of this oil and herb and showed that it has the antimicrobial properties. However, an important lesson in product development, the herbs that they were using are typically associated to be used as spices with meat. So when one combined them with the fish, the consumer's flavor perception was saying like, these might not belong together. So even though they work quite nicely for the purpose that we wanted to, then still it might not end up as a product. Packaging would have been needed also, and packaging was not yet designed for this, but it's part of an ongoing process and would have to be continued. Good. I want to also mention that Accra is working quite a lot with side stream evaluation. So from fish production, there's quite a lot of side streams, almost 50%. So they are trying to look for ways to utilize the fish waste as well. So with those three examples, we have shown what kind of things are being worked on with Work Package 4. I would want to say that this is not by any means an easy field to work in the African value chain. There's still a lot of things that need to be taken into account. I think we can still achieve improvements in post-harvest stage by using packaging the right way and the right packaging in right places. And development should definitely be continued. That's a clear view for me. But I also hope that in various projects, the recycling of and waste collection will be developed at the same time in Africa, because that will be a huge and is actually a one big thing that we need if we want to improve food safety and also kind of decrease food waste, because packaging is going to be part of that solution. And a lot of capacity building is going on and will be needed in future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanna. Let's take your questions in the end, like Yusuf's. And we have one more presentation from Santina Romani from University of Bologna, and that is going to be remotely.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
We will first change the slides.
My presentation.
Yeah, we can see the slides, and soon there will be a presenting mode on as well.
Okay.
Thanks. 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will give you a brief overview of the main results and activity results obtained so far in the subtasks on bio-based packaging solution for food products within the Foodland project. The Foodland project, as you can see here, started on the 1st of September 2020 and will end at the beginning of 2025. Here is the outline of my presentation that includes the main objective and activity of bio-based packaging subtask in Foodland project, the involved partners in this activity, main results achieved so far, and the timeline of the overall activities. Firstly, I would like to summarize the objective of the two subtasks on bio-based packaging, which are part of the activities foreseen in the secondary food processing work packaging, development and validation. The first subtask aims to develop and test at small scale bio-based packaging materials able to preserve the overall quality of some food products, selected food products, during storage and shelf life. The results obtained will drive the activity of the second subtask, which aims to validate the developed bio-based packaging under real industrial conditions, also by involving small and medium-sized enterprises. The final specific objective is the realization of 4 open prototypes of bio-based packaging material for at least 4 food products chosen from different categories selected by each partner after preliminary tests and the validation under real industrial conditions. Here you will find a more detailed list of the activities planned in the first subtask, namely the development and characterization at small scale of the new environmental friendly, affordable and suitable packaging material for at least 4 relevant specific food products selected in this categories: fruits and vegetables, composite flours, baby and therapeutic foods, and fish product. The release of guidelines for the development of these materials and the shelf life studies to evaluate the performance of the new materials in maintaining the quality and safety of the selected packed food products, and in the end, life cycle assessment studies. The activity planned in the second subtask are listed here and are the industrial validation of the best solution of the new packaging materials, the optimization of these packaging solutions in an industrial packaging environment, and finally the release of specific protocols and operational recommendation of the validated packaging prototypes. Before I present some of the activities carried out so far, I would like to introduce you to the African partners involved in these subtasks. They are the National Institute of Agronomy of Tunisia, the Sokoine University of Agriculture, Tanzania, the University of Nairobi, Kenya, and the National Agricultural Research Organization and Makerere University, both from Uganda. In addition, some small and medium enterprises from the different countries are involved and will also participate in the planned activities. Our role, the role of University of Bologna, is to support and facilitate the research activities of the African partners. I will now give you an overview of the activities that each partner has already carried out, some of which are still ongoing. Starting with the partner INAT from Tunisia, cellulose nanocrystals extracted from a local agricultural waste, such as wheat straw fiber, have been used in different percentages together with chitosan as raw materials for the development of bio-based films according to different formulation by casting and drying process at lab conditions. The different films developed are currently being characterized for some key properties to ensure that they are suitable to maintain the quality of selected food during shelf life, during their shelf life, and in bracket some of these key parameters. The best film selected after these results will be used for shelf life studies on composite flour, a blend of wheat and almond flours, and commercial dried fruits and vegetables. In this slide, you will find some pictures showing the most important step of the operative procedure carried out by INAT on a laboratory scale. This picture concerns the extraction of cellulose nanocrystals of cellulose and then the nanocrystal obtainment from wheat straw fibers, and a sample of a film made by CNC and chitosan. The SWAT team from Tanzania developed bio-based films using nanocellulose extracted from pineapple peels in different concentration, mixed with gel and gum and glycerol. Also in this case, the developed films are under characterization for some key properties, and the best selected film will be used for shelf life studies on composite flour that is a blend of soybean, maize beans, sesame, and millet flour. This flour is provided by the SME KTM that is cooperating with the SUA team. Here are some pictures showing the most important step related to the preparation of pineapple peels. And after the drying process, the extraction of nanocellulose has been carried out, and is here some example of obtained films with different percentage of PP and C at lab scale. Moving ahead with one partner from Kenya, they developed bio-based film by using starch extracted by cassava tubers, adding coconut oil in the second step after preliminary trials in order to enhance the water vapor barrier and some mechanical properties and the glycerol. The developed films are under characterization, and the best one will be used for shelf life studies on therapeutic baby snacks made of quinoa and wheat flours, composite flours, a blend of quinoa and maize flours for porridge, and 3 tomato powders, all provided also in this case by companies Tamarillo and Kepk. Also in this case, some picture of the operative procedure carried out by the team at the University of Nairobi on a lab scale. Dried cassava starch extracted from peeled cassava tuber, and some sample of final films of different thicknesses obtained from the same formulation. Finally, the last partner involved in these activities are those from Uganda, and in particular the NARO team has developed various bio-based films and one edible coating, all based on starch extracted from cassava tuber, and combining also cellulose nanofiber from banana peels and chitosan according to different formulation that you can see here. All developed films are currently being characterized for various properties in collaboration also with the University of Busitema. They developed also an edible coating that have the similar formulation of the film number 4. In particular, the shelf life studies on packed smoked fish fillet and fish fingers will be carried out by NARO team, and those on instant noodles and eggplant by MAC team. And the validation on an industrial scale will be carried out in collaboration with the company Nutrial Nut. Here some picture that concern some picture concerning the extraction of starch from cassava tuber and the extraction of cellulose and the obtainment of cellulose nanofiber starting from banana peels, and a film sample, an image that represents a film sample. Here is a brief schematic summary of the different bio-based packaging material realized by each partner, and the food product selected by each of them for shelf life studies at lab scale. As you can see, local agricultural wastes and raw material were selected by each partner. Waste such as with straw, pineapple peels and banana peels, and cassava in both these cases for starch extraction. Finally, on this slide, you can see the timeline to sum up all the activity of subtasks on bio-based packaging. The graphical representation shows the completed activities in red and the outstanding activities in blue. Specifically, all partners have currently improved the developed bio-based packaging materials on a laboratory scale and are in the process of completing some characterization analysis. The next step are shelf life studies of selected food product packed with the best new material developed and life cycle assessment studies. Finally, the validation of the developed material at industrial pilot scale and the development of prototype and protocol implementation will be carried out. Also, obviously, in this step, with the cooperation of smallholder farmers and food processors. Thank you for your attention. I would like to thank all the summit organizers, my colleague Maria Alessia Schouten, that helped me for this presentation, and the colleague that contributed in the Foodland project, that are contributing.
Thank you, Santina. Very good presentations, all here. Now it's time for questions from the audience. Can you, Hanna, come also to the front? And if you can, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, who? Okay. Hanna, I'm going to start with you. Your evaporative cooler is very reminiscent of an old Australian meat safe. And the key aspect of that was that it needed low relative humidity to cool. So, and you've mentioned 80% relative humidity, 90% relative humidity, and we know that it can be very high or very low.
Yes.
So that's the question.
That's the question. And you caught it. At the moment, it is still under development, and it doesn't work so well that it should. So there's really still, they need to do work on it to get it functioning the way it's supposed to work. It is difficult in those conditions, I have to say, and with the limited resources to come up with a solution that would be really nicely working with very sort of cheap price also, because when they make these, they have to take into account that the marketers will need to afford them. So it's still work in progress.
So maybe for Nairobi, but not for Mombasa.
Yeah, I would say so. It's not going to work everywhere and in every sort of climate.
But maybe it doesn't have to.
Maybe it doesn't have to. Yeah, true.
I'm the next. Okay. Not a question, but a suggestion.
Yes.
I was looking at your bamboo baskets
Yeah.
and thinking about the bio-based material that has been developed, the composite material. And if you followed Yusuf's presentation,
yes.
So this very coarse and tough material at the moment, and we have considered about sort of an outer packaging, a container
logistics packaging.
Yeah. So what about thinking of applying or testing this material instead, well, as an alternative for your bamboo basket?
I'll take the news back to UNSA team because they are on the ground testing these. And my question I would actually have had a question to Yusuf about where do they apply these materials, the composite materials. Are they working on like what kind of applications? Because I can see them working kind of the basket case.
Target is there. Yep. Target is there, Hanna. It is Janne.
Yeah.
Okay, but may I continue questions? So Santina, thanks for the presentation, and it was very interesting to see that, okay, you have or you produce nanosize or nanocrystals or nanofibers, nanocellulose from different crop side streams. And of course, when we go to nanosize, we get a lot of functionalities, but also maybe higher price. So the industrial, so you are upscaling the system, which is now in the laboratory scale. So does this industrial validation you are going to carry out in during spring this year, does it contain any economic assessment in order to look at the price of the materials?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, this part is not yet started, but probably after or during these validation steps, also a sort of life cycle cost studies will be done in order to assess these important issues. Because in effect, to obtain a nano composite, it's very expensive, but not only. So it is planned to do also this part, this evaluation. But unfortunately, this is not yet started.
Yeah, thank you, Santina.
You're welcome.
I would have a question to both previous speakers. I was myself wondering, have you taken into account any kind of food safety issues with the side streams? Are those being tested? And especially, maybe Santina, I'm thinking about the baby food applications.
The safety aspects of food will be tested as the most important quality aspect during shelf life studies. And most of the selected foods, apart the fish ones, are dried foods. So we hope that this material, so not so perishable for a microbiological point of view, but obviously the material the selected material on the basis of the characterization analysis that are ongoing would be work well, mainly in relation to this aspect that is a priority of quality of food products. And so, as you said before, the issue to be covered in this, in general, in the food packaging system, but mainly in the African food countries, in order to improve the whole packaging system is quite difficult. So we, after shelf life tests and the final validation studies, we hope that this new material will work and will be easily applicable also from economic point of view.
Thank you.
I will wait for the last results.
Yusuf would like to comment, or do I comment? I can say then. But we didn't do the food safety analysis, but the idea how it can be done is a multi-layer extruder with the surfaces without the side stream material.
Santina,
please.
Two very short questions for you. You used the term cellulose nanocrystals, nanocellulose, and nanofibers. Are they all the same thing, or are they different?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer to your questions because we do not have at this moment additional information and data from the partners that really developed these the overall materials and the necessary ingredients such as the nanocomposites in their country and their lab. So unfortunately, I do not have now this information. I'm sorry.
Okay, my other very quick question was, you're first to your wheat nanocrystal and your pineapple nanocellulose. You had a few percent of the cellulose, you had a couple of percent of something else. What was the rest? What was the matrix?
The rest of the
composite.
material? Yeah. Yes, the rest is for what concern the product, the material developed by INAT with cellulose nanocrystals from wheat straw fiber was chitosan mainly. And in the material developed with pineapple peel nanocellulose was gel and gum and glycerol. And in the material developed by Kenya team, by the one team, there were cassava starch, coconut oil, and glycerol. And in the last materials developed by the Uganda teams, there is, other than starch extracted from cassava, cellulose nanofiber extracted from, banana peels, used to improve the functional characteristics of starch. In some formulation, chitosan, other than glycerol, that is present in all the four realized formulation. And in the most completed one, there are all these components. So cassava starch, chitosan, cellulose nanofiber, and glycerol. They are now characterizing all of them.
Yeah, there was a question about nanocellulose and the different types of cellulose, and since I teach those things on a yearly basis, I thought I'll say cellulose nanocrystals and microfiber-related cellulose or nanocellulose, they are quite different in their behavior, and also the preparation of them is different.
Yes, probably, but we don't have enough information on the preparation techniques that all of them used exactly at this moment.
Maybe one more question. Are there any remote questions? No? Okay. So we can start finalizing the session. Thank you all presenters, excellent presentations. And now one clap of hands for everyone. Thank you. Now floor to Raija, I think.
Thanks a lot. Now a very simple question to all of you. It is the time for a moment for the closing remarks. Would you like to hear a short version or a long version? Medium. Medium. Okay. First of all, I repeat the thanks to the presenters, and also those of you in the audience. You have been very active in questioning, so posing questions, and also good suggestions for future collaborations. So thank you for that. And it has been a long day and quite diverse topics we have been discussing and hearing, and it is quite a challenge to draw a recap or summarize the whole day. But anyway, I try to do it. And I have been picking sort of main messages from every presentation, and starting from the morning session and food innovation. So Naushad, you presented many technical innovations, so technology innovations to reduce, for example, glycemic index in ingredients. We have been doing work to increase protein content in ingredients and the end products, and also increase certain micronutrients. So this was more or less the crystallized message. What comes to increasing healthiness of ingredients, and then food models. And then actually we have Susan from Sokoine University, Tanzania, speaking about related issues to Fred's presentation. So about the yield and new other varieties or cultivars. But anyway, introducing maybe traditional and well-used crops and new varieties to increase yield, but also to increase micronutrient composition of the grains. And that was the only crop that was mentioned so far was common bean, and actually Fred was mentioning that common bean is not so very resilient in these sort of harsh conditions you are having on the African continent, and that will will be worsening due to the climate change consequences. Then, if we jump to the nutrition session, so there were two presentations, so Kaleab's and then Wambui's, and it was about food consumption and diets, and Kaleab sort of emphasized, among many other things, so variability in different African cities, the variability in unhealthy eating. That was quite sort of obvious, also dependent on whether we were speaking or he was speaking about children or for example, mothers. And then Wambui went through country level nutritional recommendations, and she mentioned that there are already 360 recommendations, quite a lot. How to implement them in the real life is then a question or issue to be tackled in the future. What comes to consumers then, one thing, Valentino was mentioning it, and also many other times, the price. Price is the major or the primary issue. What comes to consumers' choices, and of course there is then selection or choice, whether I choose price or whether I choose taste. So those are the issues we are sort of combating, not only on the African continent, but also here in Europe. Then Riette and Ingun regarded or have surveyed how different consumer groups in different African countries and also in several European countries, how people perceived descriptions of the food prototypes and ingredients developed in InnoFoodAfrica, and there were quite interesting results and differences also between different consumer groups, but also among or between different countries. How people or consumers responded to the product descriptions, and as she mentioned, there was no tasting or smelling or even finger fiddling or even figures. There were only verbal descriptions. And then Consolata from Healthy FoodAfrica was discussing about consumers' focal position or role in the food system. And the question she poses was that how to enhance awareness of consumers, people, to demand healthier food. That might be an issue which is quite important and interesting to the food industry as well. And also she's mentioned about education, so how to increase really the awareness of healthy eating. Okay, that was the morning, and then afternoon. I can see that my notes are shortening and shortening. That's good for you. That's good for you. So, yeah, so Fred, you actually, if we think about this first afternoon session, the common denominator was, to my understanding, two different kinds of committing methodologies. The first one, in order, timely order, was farmer participatory research, so committing and engaging smallholder farmers to learn better or improved farming practices, and this I have to say that have succeeded in InnoFoodAfrica more than well. And then Healthy FoodAfrica and Foodland have applied multi-actor approach in their food system labs, Healthy FoodAfrica, or food hubs in Foodland. And they deal with different kinds of issues and social innovations in those food labs, and there was a brilliant suggestion from Naushad, so that these two projects are maybe more on the social science side or humanities science side compared to InnoFoodAfrica, which is quite purely life sciences and technology and innovation focused. So that if technological innovations are created in InnoFoodAfrica, could they serve or be some kind of a feed to these food labs or food hubs as innovations, and could they be somehow evaluated or assessed there? Because what we are lacking in InnoFoodAfrica is this social or societal humanity dimension. So hopefully this is taken into contemplating. Okay, and then the final session dealt with packaging and packaging related to food. And as Yusuf presented in InnoFoodAfrica, we have really developed biodegradable composite materials or material intermediates that could be then molded or further process to different kind of applications. As mentioned, they could be sort of, when we're speaking about food, those outer containers rather than those materials that are touching or are in contact with the food itself. And then Hanna was speaking about or discussing with us about different packaging solutions to improve food safety. So packaging actually about storing and improving hygiene, and then bamboo baskets that might be an alternative. Our bio-based composite baskets, we can discuss about that. So Janne is the primary contact. And then logistics issues and new packaging material. In your case was plastic, and it is very understandable why. And then finally, Santina was describing these new bio-based food packaging materials, at almost all but one containing nano-sized component there from different African crop side streams, the last one being starch from cassava. And these are, of course, very, very interesting materials, and they are meant to be in contact with food. So hopefully we can see then, or you can see in your life cycle cost or techno-economic assessment that they are really such or potential to be upscaled to commercial production, because bio-based materials and the value chain in African continent, it's sporadic, even non-existing, so that would be a great success. So thanks again to everybody, to presenters and to the audience. By these words, I think I can close this seminar webinar. So thank you.